everyone. This particular show that I'm about to show you may seem slightly disorganized, but at the same time, we were going with the flow of the energies. We're going with the flow of the conversation and with the flow of the way the disclosure of the soul was going. This originally started out for a video game, and it became something seemingly much greater than the sum of its parts. So I know this is another lengthy one, but this is one that was actually very, very good. It took me a while to get this edited. This particular intro is being recorded on 5/23/22, and the original recording of Disclosure of the Soul was 3/12/2022. So this is how long it's taken me to get around to this. There's been a lot of interference trying to stop me from getting this particular episode, and this is true of a lot of episodes. But this particular one, for whatever reason, kept getting bypassed, and so therefore I'm editing this today, and I'm presenting this to you as one whole solid chunk of information. It's going to be, for the most part, unedited. I may have to bleep a few things in here, but for the most part, the conversation is pretty much unedited. I may have to cut things for context and continuity and whatnot, but for the most part, this is intact. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy.
Mic check.
Yep, you sound just fine.
Yo, hey.
How's it going?
It's going well, my friend. Thank you. I'm 40 years old. I don't like to say birthday because of the whole, just getting briefed on maritime and admiralty law and all this stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, language. So 40th trip around the sun. And it was a nice experience for me because last night, and everything's loud and clear. This is my first time using the computer. So
yeah, everything's perfect. Yeah.
Awesome. So. Excellent. I made my coffee. I usually wake up and I have a wonderful partner. His name is Lily, who is making coffee for me, but she left this morning before the snow started. So I got in and I was talking to her at 3:33 to 3:45 last night in the morning about this experience, which I had, which was really cool. I find myself playing just on a little touch, being that I'm based in Scranton, Pennsylvania, as you know. And for anybody that doesn't know about Scranton, where it is, it's basically, if you look at a map of the United States and you start to zoom into the East Coast and you start to kind of get in above Pennsylvania, you can see looks like a little scar. It looks like somebody stuck a sword into the earth. And supposedly that's where the two glaciers of Africa and North America pressed together and created such dense coal that it's got the largest anthracite deposit here outside of Antarctica. But also, I played at this place, which one of my friends, Todd Tungdi, is a world famous musician in Thailand, and he lives next door right now to Andy Gavins, and it's across from an old jail, which looks like a castle. And the last time I played there, I got COVID. I got the Omicron, and we foresaw this happening. I still did it. It wasn't terrible for me. It was very, because I had already gotten it. The first, maybe we're not supposed to say that word, but anyways, we're just talking about, this happens. This is life. This is what happens to people. And Chris, as you know, a lot of the reasons why I'm still here, in my opinion, I've told you this before, is because I play music and it offers an opportunity to try to be a service to humanity, to my own self, and also the land and the universe. And this particular bar, I believe, is on the Lackawanna Trail, which is like this old it's part of the Appalachian Trail. And it was like the main area where people were traveling for hundreds of years. So there's a lot of history. And I raised the roof last night. It was amazing. It was a great group of people. The vibe completely shifted because in Scranton, when it's parade day, it seems like the storm clouds descend. I remember when Hillary Clinton was here, I never saw her, but because I haven't gone to the parade in years, but
that's probably a very good thing. That's probably a good thing you didn't see her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just mentioned the storm clouds and the stormy cloud stays. So basically, they announced last night at about 8:00 that they weren't going to do the parade tomorrow. A lot of times, Chris, this parade day, which is the most amount of people come into Scranton. Now, Scranton, when it was built up, and it was in its heyday in the late 1800s and to probably the 1930s, there were, I don't know, maybe 500,000 people around here. I mean, there might have been 1 million people. It's really difficult to tell. So all these places, including where the homestead of my grandfather, have places that people used to stay. And it seems like there's a lot of energies that want to go back home. And to make a long story short, when I actually got there, because this guy that I was working with he knows me from, I play for viewings and he works for the funeral company. And he just said, I play, if you want to join me. I didn't know this guy from anybody, but I don't consider myself above any job. And he's a bard, this guy. And I said to him, you're a bard. Because he was saying, well, I'm a 4-chord guy. He had 2 guys that were like magical musicians. It like they could have been from the Pleiades. They just seemed like they really, they knew exactly how to just be a part of the music, and it was magical. And then I said, Pat, do you think I could do a solo, a Bach piece? And when I got there, it was about 8:15. There had just been bagpipers from New York that came in because they didn't have anything to do for parade day because it was canceled. And on parade day, as I was saying, it's debaucherous. People would get up at 6 a.m, 7 a.m, and get slammed. And this sometimes would align with my birthday on March 11th. So I remember the one time I went down to the parade and I was totally sober, and which was like a big deal for me because I was legal age. And my sister and I walked down to the parade, and the university has all of these students that were in housing. Now they've built these massive, it's a Jesuit university, so it's funded. And it's got people coming in from New Jersey. So there were people doing keg parties right down the block from me. And this is, I actually mentioned this to you a while ago, Chris, because just on a side note, because we're talking about stuff that has to do with disclosure and dark secrets, and just specifically, I wanted to touch on the XCOM series, how it affected my my life, but also just in general, the XCOM series. Generally, XCOM is, nobody knows about them in this universe, in the lore of the universe. They're a secret organization. So there's an infrastructure in Scranton, which I've come to discover, that is underground. And one of my friends actually has a house that belonged to people that actually, and he thought it was funny. It was my buddy Alan, who lives most of the time in Florida and has a house that is in the hill section of Scranton. Now, the hill section is where all the elite lived. And there's this thing called City Steam. And City Steam it was so efficient, Chris. These are these massive pipes. And when I went to middle school, they still had City Steam, which it was pumping from the plant. They would pump the steam throughout the city. So basically, the streets were dry. In which City Steam was underneath. But I would hear the resonance as I was taking naps, as I was growing up. And there's just, recently I've been using my intuition as well as kind of identifying what some people consider Tartar or Tartarian, or reminiscent of that, which is like Moorish influenced. There's a lot of information has come to light recently. I'm trying to think of what it is, but Phoenician influence. But basically, like those old buildings that you see that people are speculating about. I went and I routed and I found this old Lackawanna Trail, and I realized I've played so many places, even the Deer Head Inn, and I've done so much historical research in the past few months about my area because I wanted to know why the hell is this such an influential area? Now, we are making missiles here, and we have been for a while. But I've lived on the property of a colonel who had a castle that he built, and he blew it all the way to the ground. When I was first starting to date Lily, my partner of over 10 years now. And I had an experience after my grandfather died right around that time where I saw my grandfather illuminated in a light blue suit. And I saw this guy next to him that looked kind of like Yosemite Sam. And I went on the internet and I looked it up, and sure enough, the colonel was on the porch. And and he built the infrastructure of the city, a lot of the water works, like all the stuff that's underneath the streets. And my friend Bernie McGurl, he is the local historian. So I basically have access to all of this historical information, which led me recently to going online and finding one of the historians had some documents about this area, which was always controversial. I got asked to play at this place called the Trip House for my cousin's grandfather's, because my cousin's grandfather's 100th birthday at this Trip House. This was the first family in the area. So I'm not going to get too much into the history of my area, but I just thought this would be something we could talk about down the line, just because there's this connection to what Michael Wan calls the Susquehanna mystery, which he has a whole body of research that's separate, that I feel is synergistic with this other person that I follow and check out sometimes, Dark Journalist, who's got this X series, right? X Protect, and this X symbology. And I started to make connections to, okay, well, they knew that the Susquehanna River, which is actually, it flows through in a little bit south of Scranton. That seems to be where the Mason-Dixon borderline was. And like this area was rich with what they called Tories, and there were invasions simply because the Iroquois had a treaty with the governor of Pennsylvania that there would be no settlers here. People didn't know. So they would come due west from New York City to here, to Scranton. So Scranton has a little bit of history in regards to entertainment and music. And I feel that a lot of times it might actually, and I don't know this, but maybe you could validify this, or one of the guides or just people who are listening can vet this. But I feel that, and this just came to me, Chris, and I'm so grateful. I've always felt that when I've seen things with people responding to music who maybe have Alzheimer's, right, that there's a memory thing, and memories can be dense. They can survive after the death of the body, right? If our consciousness is in some way trapped in that state, which I can only imagine, but and I felt like it lifted things. This is kind of how we connected, in the sense that what I do, as long as I just show up and play, and things can come through me. And last night I played this Bach sonata. I had played for my mother at the park earlier, so I got to play in nature. I didn't even think about that, in a gazebo. And it was just a beautiful meeting up with my mother and her friend and his dog. And this gentleman's mother and father were violin and piano teachers. So it's like, my mother is always the person that now I know I can just go, Mom, what do you think? Is this version good? What do you think about this tempo? We're trying to figure out how the Bach's music works perfectly. And of course, with any piece of music, it's something that each person puts their own personality into. But I feel that there's a certain rhythm and tempo that seem to fit the times, just as there's a certain rhythm and tempo in people's lives, which will allow them to see this. And so with that inspiration, and because I felt so honored, and I totally surrendered and made music with these guys, and was thrilled at just how we could switch roles. I could play some comping, and it was like Jesus and the wine. I said to the guy, wait do you see this? I have 2 more fiddles in the car. I started off with my black fiddle, which isn't as resonant, and I eventually graduated to my great violin, which sounds, and it's very powerful, and it's very connected to me. I said, don't touch it. There might be a demon in it. If there is, I know how to control it. But and I joke about that, but there's a lot of lore, and lore is what we're really kind of talking about in regards to uh, video games, XCOM, my obsession with this video game. Chris, I mean, it's been probably 6 months. I've been bugging you. I said, I want to come out. And you know what I realized? I realized this is a perfect opportunity for me to share with you and with the world this might be helpful to somebody. That I'm a musician and I basically have given up video games to create music. I took the time I was wasting. And I mean, I've wasted a lot of time, especially in the most recent years. It was an addiction that I had that got pretty bad. The Star Wars game, that was bad enough. I remember paying the $100 to like get everybody like maxed out. It would have taken a year to play just to get that. And I realized that Disney was using some type of occult magic with that game.
Yep.
I don't know what it is, but right before that, I was playing some kind of battleship game because I had a phone. I was trying to do everything on my phone, but now that I have a computer again, it's nice. I can delve back into things. But what I realized was that, and this is in playing XCOM, weird stuff was happening to me and my friend Jacob, who's also, he's the guy that plays the handpan, Jacob Cole. And we have been playing music together for years. And we're like brothers, and we basically are kind of like hermits. Like we don't really interact with that many people. When we do, it's like we're doing a musical thing, and it's like professional, and we're both respected and regarded worldwide as being at the top of our craft in a unique way, which is a beautiful thing. Mm-hmm. And it's a lot to live up to, and it's helped us both become better people and be attuned to things. So he gave up video games finally, and he gave up smoking pot, and I was like so happy. And I mean, this is his own personal stuff, and I'm sure he'd be thrilled that I'm talking about this. So, but with that said, basically, I think it's always helpful to be able to have someone else in our lives that is a reflection of us, so that we can vet information.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I mean, you've been so awesome to me. Just, I mean, how many times I can't even tell you, Chris, check out this video. What do you think?
Oh yeah,
SSP or whatever.
Yeah. And I have been looking, like you sent this morning, the stuff on XCOM. I was able to look through a couple of them, and then
one of them was bull. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was only a minute long one, but it was like, what?
Yeah, and then the ones that you sent with your music and everything. Yeah, those were great. Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, and I noticed. Yeah, like I said before, your music will literally clear the room. Like when I was making my sprays that time, had that playing, and it just you could see it was going inside the liquid. I'm like, all right. So I could literally see it just go.
Wow, it's amazing. It's so amazing. Music is a powerful tool, and what I've been really getting into, Chris, has been in the past few months, tuning my instruments to different tunings for holistic purposes, and just to see how it affected things. Because I figured if I'm tuning my instrument to a frequency and everything in my instrument is attuned to that, I use my ear to tune. So if I'm playing with Jacob in his handpan, he's got 7 to 10 notes on that, and they're tuned to one another, just as a piano is tuned to itself. Piano is a little bit stretched out. So at the top of the piano, the higher notes, those are actually in the 444 range. I don't know for sure, but my friend Joey Akins is a piano tuner, a brilliant musician, just like very, very well versed in all this stuff. And he's explained to me how these things kind of work and what I need to listen for. And it's a very much different part of the brain. And it's something I respect and have noticed in different cultures, like Balinese music, which I love Balinese music. There are dissonances that are created between notes, and those dissonances have an effect that the people consider divine. Like it clears the space. It's kind of like having sage or Palo Santo or something like that in its own sense. But like what you said with that going on, yeah, that's what's incredible about some of these pieces. I feel that if they're played right, the tones that are they're spaced just right so that there's an effect. It's like you're doing a specific incantation almost, but it's like coming from a higher place. And when it's played appropriately, like I did last night, and I'll share that recording when the guy sends it to me. I was so happy that he recorded it, but I played this piece thousands of times, and it was definitely the best. And it was because everybody that was there, and I mean, nobody spoke for maybe 8 minutes, and I couldn't believe that. I didn't hear a peep. And I went to another place. I was there. And when that happened, I just feel like it broke through the matrix. It was one of those moments where it cleaned everything. And plus the fact that the parade is not today, it's snowing, it's a blizzard right now.
Mm-hmm.
The people that were there to get messed up, they all went home because like, oh, and we gotta, because for whatever reason, some people like to just get messed up and then they continue to drink the next day because like, well, we got to get really messed up today so that we can get really, really messed up tomorrow, but somehow function
the following day. Yeah.
It's stupid. Like, and I mean, they would open the bars at 7 a.m. and people would be slammed by noon. It was, yeah. And that's where Joe Biden was born, so,
yes, yeah.
So, I mean, there's a history here of, stupidity, of debauchery, but also of just influence in history. And, I went to the same school, I think, as Joe Biden when I was a kid. I'm not really sure I got the hell out of there. And everybody that I know that are musicians and artists and photographers and professionals, creatives that I know, that I'm aware of, they all left the school the same year I did. We went to this one school, St. Paul's, for 1 year, and it was like, that was it. No more with that. And but at that time period, I didn't have any friends, and I started to get into video games. And my friends were doing the D&D thing.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to. I played along. I started to just. I didn't realize so many things at that point in my life that I do now, and it's probably a good thing. I love to wrestle, and we would play Nerf wars, and like basically, I lived in this world where basically I was learning in my mind to become an expert secret agent. And so when I discovered XCOM, it was 1994, 1995, and this game drew me in. Now, X-Files was just out, right? And I didn't realize this, but the guy that created the game had seen something that Bob Lazar had put out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And had been making games like this kind of since the early 80s, which kind of goes with the timeline, I feel, of when they were doing types of disclosure in film, like the most Back to the Future is one. They were doing disclosure in Raiders of the Lost Ark that was showing people what they were really looking for. So there's all this amazing disclosure out there. We could talk about this. Conversation could go anywhere, and I definitely want to hit on talking about this new game. But Chris, I'm open to where you would like to go with this from that point.
Definitely the lore. Definitely the lore of the game. As much as you know about it. If there's any images you want to like bring up on screen share or something like that, I'll make sure I share this properly. Yeah. Okay.
Sure
but
thing.
you can put that in. Like Ryan and Richie and I do. We have the images and stuff in there or something like that. If you want to do that. Cool. And then any videos you want to send to me, I can put clips in somewhere, but
that's what I was thinking I'll I have a bunch of things that I sent to you, but I mean, I've been going by the seat of my pants basically, and I'm lucky that you were not so tight that like I missed you today. Like that's
it's not like, I generally am not always that tight with like clients. Yeah. But
it's very important to me to honor that, as well as I played a musical last week, a high school musical. I haven't worked in this area in a long time professionally. And I decided if I was going to actually continue to do music, I would approach it like I was approaching a tactical mission, or like I was approaching a spiritual offering. And like I've played for religious functions. I've been doing that since I was 5 years old. I sometimes need to get into the groove of something for a little bit. Like I've realized this. But I took it seriously in regards to, I let them know for the rehearsals leading up to the musical, I have things going on that have come up that were emergencies. I have to take care of them.
Mhm.
You know, I won't be, don't worry, I won't be late for the show. I was 45 minutes to an hour before the show. And everybody was pleased. It was like I picked up on everybody's thoughts just because, I don't know, whether they say violins or the highest percentage of psychics are violinists. I believe it. And I think it has to do with the high frequencies and the way that they affect the way they just open you up. They open
you up and you can clear any environment with it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that, and I was told in this house more often get play music that would clear the house and not necessarily draw stuff in, because I play Pandora sometimes and it plays a mix of stuff, and every now and again it'll stick a rock metal song in there, and it's a couple of and I've noticed the energy shifts dramatically when it does that. So it's like, which is fine, but I see it kind of tilts it a little bit or one way or the other, and then I end up having to put it back when it tilts it, like that. But and then like with flute music or with violin music, it'll keep it about here, so with yours, it basically, what it did is like it put a shield up like this, it went like this, and kind of almost like a dome. And then if there's any, like I said, any sprays or any foods actually as well, it goes inside the foods as well.
Awesome.
So
God.
Drinks, like with my tea here,
yes,
any herbs or anything like that, it tends to go down into it like that. And in my land clearing liquids that I have bottles of it here in the closet, I had to bring it in so they didn't freeze, but it's and I have some still out there. The liquids that happened with are combined with the land clearing ones. So I have to use those every now and again on this property, and I notice I put it on the concrete and it stays in the concrete. So
wow, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm honored to be able to channel this music through me, and it's always great to hear that it has an effect that I would never have intended to. That's the thing. I understand one thing, and it's that I don't want to put too much thought into what I'm doing in the moment. I put the thought in beforehand. That's why it's important for me, and it's one of my 40th year resolutions to be as prepared as possible and timely, out of respect to myself and other people,
Mm-hmm.
So
So your birthday was yesterday. So happy birthday. So
Thank you. I woke up and my partner wasn't here. I didn't have my coffee until now, but I got myself up and I felt great. And I thought I didn't get myself out of whack last night. I met somebody who's in like a special forces, I gave the guy a ride home, and we had such an interesting conversation. He's like, we both were like, you're an awesome person, and he had drug addiction. And when I walked in, there was a DA agent who I'm friends with, and this guy was sitting next to him, and I didn't know until he said, could you drive me to this bar? And I said, sure, absolutely. As we were all leaving, I said, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. So, I live 5 minutes away. It takes me 10, 15 minutes to smoke these cigarettes. So sure. And we got to talking, and it was nice because everybody that was there seemed to just appreciate and enjoy the music. And I actually described to the people what I was curious about, which was, how is this music, which was written hundreds of years ago, and I feel was divinely inspired, how does it affect you? And did you enjoy it? And the Bach partitas and sonatas are I think the sonatas are more sacred works, and the partitas are more dance. I wouldn't say profane, but they're for dancing. And there was styles of dances, and the names of the dance, like bourrée, sarabande, sarabande. I started to say the name of what the dance is. And as simple as that, it tells you sarabande.
Oh yeah, it has the notes mixed in it. Yeah.
Yeah. bore, bore. So it gives you the idea of the tempo, but there's threes in these things too. So that one of these, which is like a waltz too.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
what's interesting is I grew up in a dance studio, and my mother was a dance teacher, and she would practice to teach the women the men's parts with me. So I would have to dance as the woman. So I basically would be doing the reverse of then when I would go to dance class and do the ballroom. I realized this wired my brain so that I could play forwards and backwards, kind of like what I feel was the secret and what most people don't know about, which is this is a very interesting topic, but it's connected in the sense of disclosure in that most people that are big lovers of the Beatles, and I've spoken to about the whole PID conspiracy stuff, and I didn't really get too heavy into it, but I realized that when I was younger, I had a poster of the Beatles, all their albums, and I thought, how do they make all these albums in this amount of time? I've got to become this good. So I basically took the long road, and I didn't just, try to sell out and get into an orchestra and just stop learning certain things. Like basically I equated those things to being under the regime of somebody's, you have to do this, you have to do that. And I thought, how am I going to be able to grow into what I don't know what I'm becoming, but I connected with all these people. Some of them who are connected to Richard Dolan, who he and I think we're at a drum circle 20 years ago. And so there was a community in Rochester, and this is all connected to that stuff with the Iroquois and the Moors. And that thing that I had mentioned I was reading about was with the governor of Pennsylvania. This guy who was a local historian in 1869 published this stuff. And the Iroquois they were 10 feet tall or something like that. They were giants. And I was friends with a Native American who told me that his father was 7 feet tall and his grandfather was 10 feet tall and his great grandfather was 15 feet tall. And I said, and he said, you don't believe me, boy? And he held up his hand, and his hand could encompass my skull and crush it. And he was shorter than me, half Irish. So I thought, oh my God, that's pretty heavy duty. There must be some truth to this.
Yeah, we've been talking to several beings on Interstellar Council that have been giants, that have the ability to grow and shrink and do all of that. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is really, when you said that, I was thinking of Titans, because I've seen these remnants in the land, and it makes you really think on a grand scale. If we got into genetic engineering where we're at now, we decided let's make little tiny beings so that we can basically have our own universe, like in Men in Black when they had the marbles. And I'm glad Lily made it back because the roads are getting
horrible.
Worse. Yeah. And so this the giant stuff, I was just thinking of in X-Men, right? Another X. That's an old X. Chris, when Apocalypse, during this period of time that I got into XCOM, I would go to my sister was taking gymnastics, and I would sit and I would watch X-Men for an hour. And I noticed when Apocalypse would show up, I got really interested in this character that could morph down to a small size. It was kind of the precursor because I don't watch that many movies. There's a movie that I watched a few years ago, which was like the little tiny guy. He's
the Ant-Man. Yeah.
Yes, that movie. Lily and I said, what the heck is this? And we watched it and I was blown away. Like they could just put the building into a suitcase and all this stuff. So basically thinking on that level, the quantum level, I just can only imagine that what we would consider Titans on this planet, if the conditions were different, and they were, and it's been written about too, right? That it's very, very plausible that what we're on right now, just the majority of the earth, is the flesh of these beings that became stone through a process which we now are beginning to understand, and it's becoming more mainstream, but it's been known. And I didn't know about Rudolf Steiner and all these things. I've been doing a crash course on this at listening to Manly P. Hall for quite a few years, who's a fascinating channeler. But the Steiner stuff seems to me what I was missing. And Gurdjieff has musical things. So I started to get into this kind of more recently. A friend of mine, Jamie Novak, and I had gone to the World Religion Conference, and he dropped me off in Vermont where I lived there for a couple of years. And when I was up there, I had a dream that I was underwater and that I could see the Adirondacks. And I thought, okay, this area was underwater and it's going to be. And I immediately moved back to Scranton. And then they announced a couple of years ago that there's a major fault line underneath this stuff. Now, I'm not afraid of this because I realize the galactics, that the advanced ETs, and quite possibly human beings, which are advanced ETs, have this genetic modification technology, as well as they have technologies which basically work interdimensionally, that can basically keep things supported, they could keep everything stable. Like they could do anything they want to, but they have their own limitations. And now that we're becoming to the point where we have an opportunity to join the Galactic Federation, or I don't know for sure, but I feel that that's in the near future. It's our duty, I feel, as beings of that are aware of this, to look into it and to look at what can we get out of Star Trek, right? Out of Star Wars, like what nuggets can you extract instead of buying into the whole thing? Like the atomism of Star Trek is what can lead you down the wrong path, right?
Yeah, there's like some fascism crammed in there, and then like with Star Wars, there's some separatism crammed in there. So it's like, yeah, and you gotta fish that out and get the nuggets of information out of both of them. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing with the Titans turning into different elements, so some of them told us they came from different elements, and then became more like us, and then others returned to elements like that. So it's like, yeah, so they said that exactly. So yeah,
it's fascinating. Yeah, what's fascinating to me is that there's been types of disclosure which are through people. In the sense that there's somebody that gets notoriety, like David Wilcock got notoriety. Then you had William Tompkins on, and that was what led me to connect with you in the first place, because I had a question about him, because I thought there seems to be some legitimacy to this guy, but they've painted him out to be a fake. But I feel like that's only partial. Like
he got embroiled in the whole Corey Good thing, unfortunately. But what happened was, Aubrey and I went to a place in Lincoln called Lake Street Lake, and on the Ghost Box, I didn't even know William Tompkins had passed away. He came through on the Ghost Box while we were there, so it was
yeah. I remember that.
I didn't even know. It was like maybe a few days after the man had actually died, and I didn't know this at all. And when I listened to this, I heard his voice clear as day on there. So, so
those Ghost Box things you do are amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Aubrey and I. Yeah, when he came to town, when we went to Phoenix, we were looking for a spot to fiddle around with it, and we chose the big pyramid up on the hill to do that on, to the Governor Hunt's monument. We were up there, so we're doing that, and so a lot of ETs came through. There was a lot of military interference that was on there. There was, of course, radio interference, but then you could hear there was only like one nugget in there that was ghost, and then the rest was like aliens. So it was like after that. So when I listened to
interesting.
Yeah, you get a lot of aliens. There's a lot of aliens we've interacted with, like Isaac and them. They were on there. You could clearly hear who they were. So it was
it's validation as well.
Yeah, you can clearly hear their voice. I know Isaac's voice anywhere, and then Elena and Vesa were on there. There were a few weird voices on there, but there was also the enemy decided to chime in several times. So it was there was a mixed bag stuff on there. That's why I generally don't do them for very long, because they tend to have a weird chaotic energy to them. So it's like I don't go over like 20-30 minutes doing those. So
it's interesting you say that, because I mean, tell me about how this relates to what I'm about to say, which is, as a musician and as somebody that believed that I was Thelonious Monk for some time, right? I've channeled different people, and I'll hear something in my head, right? And then if I dwell on it too long, yeah, it can almost like possession, but in the without knowing, right? With that's why it's important to do the research and to learn mastery and get these different angles. But also, you have to trust your inner voice, which you've had this innate ability to tune into that in here. And when I have been able to do that, because it's like mostly I get stuck on something like that thing I was singing to you before, doo like that Bach, doo 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 doo. I've had the actual piece playing in my head, and it seems like these loops that I put on, which looping is a big thing for musicians, especially nowadays. You can make something, and you can create these shields essentially. But how did you learn to trust those voices? I mean, did your mother have similar abilities to you?
Yeah, definitely. It was like she had the same, but also I took it to a different level where I had to even now I have to have complete discernment as to who I'm speaking to, because if you latch on to the wrong thing, even for a moment, that creates a conduit, and even a little string will go to the other being, even speaking to them. So I have to be extremely like anal retentive as to who I speak to and what. And I have to be 100% certain as to what it is. And with these energies flying around the where they're doing, it's sometimes near impossible, but it's not impossible, but it's near. It's like really close. Like the voice to skull tech and everything is like really, really close on some levels. But in other ones, the genuine article will come through so strong that there is no doubt as to who it is. So it's like the forest people, for instance, they come through and it's like, and Isaac, when he comes through, he talks all the time. So it's like sometimes it's hard to distinguish him from some of the background. But and the ETs that I speak to all the time, it's sometimes hard to distinguish them because of if you hear something enough, you start to it's like you start to kind of get desensitized to what frequency it's on. You don't gauge it well enough.
I can relate. I mean, I've had perfect pitch. And I mean, I say that, but it is definitely it's better than most people that I've ever met. In fact, there's only been a few people that have had more acute pitch than me. It's what I've done with that ability, though. And I feel that you have that ability in regards to channeling, because there's a lot of people out there who are channelers, and to me, I haven't really met or seen anybody that has had the abilities that you have, because it's almost like, because there's so many people channeling out there that don't realize what is at play and what's at stake. They don't know how to take the precautions. Like for me, when I'm performing, when I was 14 years old, I played with the Philharmonic, and it was allowed to happen through the universe and through God. And it was weird how it happened. It's a story for another day, but basically 4 consecutive performances. And I basically was sheltered. My teacher didn't want me to be performing because there were a lot of rich people that were paying him, and we didn't pay as much. And so, for whatever reason, also his son was my age. So I could see why he wouldn't want me to be out there. He would want his son to be. But basically, when I did this, I fell walking up the stairs. And each time I messed up with something like that, you remember, and it's like, so we've had plenty of time. Plus, both of us having mothers that have similar abilities is great. And for them to be here is such a blessing. I didn't realize this, but my mom told me yesterday that she was praying for me, praying the rosary. And I thought that was beautiful. And because my mother is not an indoctrinated person anymore, she's very much free thinking. And I've been helping her to think about frequency, as in like how Wi-Fi can affect the body if you're constantly in that state. I showed her a leaf that was outside of the house, closest leaf that was to the Wi-Fi router. I said, Mom, look at this leaf. Look how it is damaged. I said, that's what's happening to you on a cellular level. You must turn this off at night and you will heal. You will not have, your cancer will go away. I promise you. And she listened to me. Finally, after Chris, after months, after years, and most people don't. But the fact that she was open to it, it's because I started to relate to her on a level where I've been reconnecting to my mom based on her ability, which I have to give her the credit for it. She has an excellent ear and she didn't develop it like I have, but if it wasn't for her and if she wasn't praying for me now, I might not be doing so well. And it's important to realize that people's petitions to divinity and thoughts can bolster us and allow us to more acutely be attuned to what we're here to do, which is in these times it's a new field kind of, but it's been on it's been, people have been, I feel that everybody may have the abilities that you and I have, right? Our soul and our spirit came, in my opinion, this is my opinion, came to this planet, and we knew where, we picked where we're going to incarnate and all that stuff. But I also have noticed that because people in my area of my 2001, because at that point, that was after 9/11, and they cut the music funding, right? Because these bastards that were, I think of Dick Cheney, like, laughing as a slug being. And so if you're going to become an angel, some people believe this, or you're going to become a slug. I just heard that recently and it made perfect sense to me. Interestingly enough, XCOM, the guy that was developing it, and initially he worked for a company that was called Slug or something like that.
Yeah.
That's
interesting.
It is interesting. I mean, when you're a human being and you have consciousness, because not everybody I feel are maybe human beings, with a soul, a spirit, and an ego identity.
I come across synthetics a lot too. So yeah,
it's very strange, Chris. It makes you, there's, the whole moral guilt thing, as it puts it in a whole different perspective when you realize that, when you can just consider, to me, it's just the act of, like Sherlock Holmes, just considering that I might be wrong, that I don't know. And then that's how I can do everything I do musically, which surprises me and allows for, that those energies to come forth that can be beneficial to myself and other people. And just on a final note with the health thing, a friend of mine who played the violin every day, who was a great violinist, and he's Ukrainian, and he was considered the greatest guitarist in Ukraine in 1989. He was amazing. And he and I were like brothers, and he fixed my violins and everything. When he had to go into the hospital and they quarantined him, he didn't have the ability to play. He had multiple myeloma for many years. And within a month, that was it. And I realized, okay, so like the crystals within our bodies, we're like crystalline beings. So it's so important to have resonance. And also I try different tuning systems. Like there are apps that can actually play music at different frequencies, but there's plenty on YouTube. And I think it's important to be exposed to those. And I do change the tuning for certain pieces that I make. And I'm going to be putting more of that music out there. A lot of this stuff has been coming to me, and they've been numbers, 7s and 5s. And there's a whole science out there that's esoteric that I'm not privy to, but I started to get into more and more when some woman that I met, a wonderful lady. I didn't realize there was a Theosophical Society based. One of the bases is kind of nearby. She had me play at this Stegmeyer Mansion, and there was a guy there. It was for a book writing. This guy was an alchemist that was the head of the Theosophical Society. That might not be what the name of it was, but the book had to do with salts. And when we're in utero, each month the woman's body produces a different salt. So you can tell somebody's deficiencies based on the months they weren't in utero, because you don't get the full year. So it's like, thinking about that, that means that the frequencies of all the different cycles, right, that we go through have an effect on us. And to be aware of that is a whole nother level of like thinking about that. I could see how we could develop technologies that utilize maybe beneficial frequencies, because what I was saying to people is that disease and anything that is in the body and in the universe has a frequency, a specific frequency. Each point in space is a specific frequency. And what negates the negative is you validified. And I've been ever since I asked you, I think it was maybe a month ago, about 111 hertz, or maybe it was 444. I asked you about, it might've been the last time we did this, but I've been sharing that with people, and also tuning my instruments to 444, which is just, is like A440. And so it has an effect that seems like it works at times more so than others. And I just think about the way that notes are tuned to one another as the planets, and there's that level of effect on us, on our physical, on the on the quantum level, that I'm sure would be measurable. So there's going to be ways that we can shield ourselves with possibly using the 5G technologies that people are concerned about. And I've known about this for a long time. So I feel that I do see this happening within the next year, that this is going to become widely known, I hope, because we can, negating the AI stuff, it's been effective. The 111 hertz, I tried it yesterday for quite some time. And I do believe that works. And from what Isaac shared with you, 111 was the frequency, which is just the fundamental of 440 hertz. So for somebody who's not a music nerd, right, musical tones that sound alike but are an octave above or below are a ratio. So that's 442, 444, right? Let's just say 444. Then 222, and then 111.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. I can see where
you can hear
111.
it. That's why 440 is a little confusing, but I think they picked that because the math seemed to work. And also, when you're going lower in the piano, you're hitting the 432 realm. And I'm saying that in regards to this idea that I have, which is alkalized music. That's something that I patented years ago. And it just has to do with a little device that basically creates frequencies that can basically do what like alkaline water does. You don't want to have alkaline water all the time. There's an acid alkaline balance to the body. Just like you don't want to have certain frequencies all the time. Like you were saying, having the metal on Meshuggah. They're one of the bands, like I don't listen to them, but there's metal out there that has a potentially positive effect on the cells. And guys that play metal, a lot of them tune down to 432 because there's less tension on the instrument, and it's harmonious with the physics of our solar system. But that
and they toned it back a little bit.
And I think that's what's going on with when they're modifying things with harp on some level. The ionosphere has a different frequency than the Schumann resonance, which is 7.82 A3 hertz. It fluctuates between 7.8 and 8 hertz. So there's where you get 432 to 440 with the 8. And so that's why it's not bad to have music at 440. I feel like it's just like shifting it. If you have something that can shift the pitch, that's cool too. If you notice what the Doppler effect is, you hear a car go by. The Doppler basically did an experiment. For somebody that that may have heard of this or doesn't know, there was a string quartet and they played the same note, and he put them on a train car and it went by, and he measured the frequency, and it went like. They didn't change the frequency, but it sounded like it did.
Because it went, it moved from one end to the other.
We naturally can hear like. Well, what's strange is like that phenomenon when like in I forget what movie it was, but the car just suddenly appears like out of nowhere, and then you hear the sound. So it's kind of like there's that weird phenomenon that changes with density and with all these different things, that we don't always hear sounds because maybe we're tuned out of it, but I just feel that it's so good for the body to do a full sweep. It's hard for me to do that. I haven't been practicing it, but from playing the Balinese music, I realized that the flaps that are created by these like little dissonances are considered sacred, and they're considered they basically, like you were saying with that. I played in this gamelan angklung, which was just 4 notes, and they were tuned. And then the lower ones that were the same frequency were slightly lower. So that when they're combined, it would create this, and I could show you on the cello maybe like later, but whoa, this flapping, and that opens up something that allows the spirit to go. I feel that wasn't said, but they basically would do this angklung walking down to the shores of the coast of Bali, and the body would be burned, and in a pyre and pushed out into the ocean. I think my friend John Ventry, who plays in Rogue Chimp, and Rogue Chimp is one of those bands which we have music magic in there. We can't help it. It wasn't like we weren't like, please, Aleister Crowley, please allow me to channel the love and light of the Creator to help humanity, and I'm gonna say this backwards, and then that hopefully people will buy our music, and it'll make him just stupid. No, we did the opposite. It was like, how do we do this? I don't know. I just said, guys, just trust me on this, and then I was like, okay, got to pull back and allow their creativity to be able to be just as much a part of this. And Lily had a hand in it, and that she was basically just functioning as somebody who was helping guide us. And we created Embark, which has Critical Mass as the first piece, and it's so pertinent. And I had this guy who was brewing beer, banana beer. I said, brew one of your batches with our album playing 24 hours a day. And it was so much better. And everybody was like, this beer is crazy good. Like, what is this? And
because it's been infused with the music.
And so Critical Mass in itself has all of the intentions and hopes and like strife and like all the stuff that I've seen in my life, and that these science, sci-fi fiction things have in movies, they've all kind of they invoke this sense of urgency, this where they're all basically pointing to we have to push through this field that's basically maybe created externally, but I feel that there's a phenomena that's happening with people that it seems like the only way to get to some people is through movies, through video games, through books, and the same, what does it say, like the same thing that can liberate is what binds people. So it's like when I met a composer that was so brilliant, I said, how the hell did you make that music? It blew my mind. He's like, I never used Pro Tools before. And I was like, I was tripping out. Oh my God. I was at my friend's place, and he was a conductor. I met with him, and he's like, well, your music's crap. And I'm like, thank you. I needed to hear that. And I asked him how he made his music. He's like, I don't listen to anything. So I realized, okay, that's much more validifying. Like, I noticed you probably don't have a lot of time to be skimming things. That's why I share certain things with you, just because
I don't skim a whole lot.
I want to function as just an arm of a
I also get too many downloads too. Like if I skim too much, it all comes through kind of like in a bottleneck. So
oh my God.
It's the same way. Your
ability to process information is it's truly unparalleled. So
thank you.
you're the real deal, man. I mean, there's so many things that I've known inherently and that you've validified, or would just share something, sparked my interest in this secret space program, this whole possibility, right, of there being, and probability, I would say, of there being a breakaway civilization that's had some abilities to communicate through time travel, as well as just consciousness, because consciousness is the key, right? I mean, what did I see the other day? There was a lady that was talking to, I just got Watch Leak Project. I hadn't seen any notifications, so I thought they must be doing something right. If I'm not getting any notifications from YouTube, right? They must be doing something that's disclosure. And sure enough, this lady was talking to Rex, and she was speaking about how she had been interested in, and I feel like I'm getting blocked right now. Interesting. But anyways, give me 1 second to collect myself.
Yeah, I can feel the block too. Yeah, I can feel this coming in. Yeah.
I shouldn't do preemptive preambles. I should just say it, you know.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably get to XCOM. That's probably why.
Right. That's what I was getting to with this. But yeah, definitely the point was, if that comes back to me, I'll share it. Definitely with XCOM, there's a certain amount of curiosity that I have, because it captivated me. I had really nothing better to do in 4th, 5th grade at my grandparents than to watch Star Trek and play XCOM. I first was into Veil of Darkness, which is a very interesting game. And it seems to me that these guys, just based on what I watched today, is like a little brief for the show of the history of XCOM, because I just never dived into it. I didn't want to have too much influence. That was what my point was. You know, you don't want to, just like my friend Jacob, he doesn't listen to anybody's handpan albums, even though he's considered one of the best handpan composers and players in the world. And so nobody can argue with him and say, you stole my idea, because he doesn't listen to their stuff.
He doesn't listen to anything. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I've been accused of that too. It's like, I didn't listen to anything. So it's like, yeah.
And I know that for a fact. You block your time.
We'll look at some things if we're called to it, but it's like, you know, to look at it as like maybe a synchronicity or something, but it's like that. Do you have any images for XCOM? Do you have anything that you could put in chat?
I do. Give me 1 sec here. Being that I just got Zoom, share screen.
The share screen, but yeah, I have it turned on. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to make sure that yesterday I I was thinking it's my birthday, so F it. I'm going to jump in the river. I'm going to jump in the gorge. And I didn't jump in the gorge, but I jumped in the river by the ball field. And I mean, it was so cold. I stripped down to my underwear and I just ran down to this like watering hole. And Chris, it was invigorating and it was terrifying, but I fortunately, you know, was strong enough and strong-willed enough that I was able to survive and not get swept in by the current. You know, it was very strong. I was very surprised at the intensity of this, but it cleared my energies completely. I feel so
that's interesting,
clear and invigorating.
Yeah.
I mean, I had checked out the Wim Hof stuff and I thought this is fascinating. Let me see. I have lots of, I just want to make sure that I have this in place before I share it, because just, you know, my family and the pictures of me naked coming out of the river. I didn't take any. I'm just kidding.
No, yeah, I kind of figured, I figured maybe somebody was filming or something, but yeah.
No. It was me alone. And I did it. And as we were just talking, and I felt like a block come yesterday when this came to me, I just felt it was I got to jump in right now. I got to do this before And Quinn
We do.
Michaels is an interesting character because I followed him for years. He's been somebody that was a targeted individual. I was aware of it. Somebody that has genetics that go back. And he said, if you're going to do something, and you may have said something like this too, and this is what I got to, I've validified. If you're going to do something spontaneous, you got to get into the practice of being able to be open to doing things when you're doing them spontaneously, just to do it before anybody picks up on it. So by the time I was getting out of the river, which was, I only basically jumped in, and this swam out and realized the current was really strong. Fortunately, in this little area, it's like a bendy bend, and it is where people would go swimming and fishing. But it's pretty deep. There's a gorge that people have jumped off called Killer Rock, and that is really weird. And the whole face of the cliff there, and it's called Naog, which means roaring brook. And it's a tributary. It goes to the Susquehanna. So basically, there's a landfill nearby, which is very strange because they've dug way, way, way down, and there's always ships, it seems like, above it. It might just be the methane, but I rewrote the song Landfill. My friend Dan and I were like, we got to do something funny. And it was like, it's been 10 years since I thrown it out. Now it's floating down the Susquehanna. I just did that, a cover. Took my trash and I threw it out. Bubba, bubba, bubba. There's a mountain of trash. I'm not going to get into it, but basically, I could see my reflection in the stinking piles of poop. No, but really, this is terrible. Like you could smell this landfill sometimes, and it's Jesus. Like methane. Now they're burning it off. So if there's a cloud cover, it's like there's this like intense red sky by this massive landfill. Chris, they've dug down so deep. My friend was telling me, and he's friends with these guys that own it. And I mean, I feel like they've become slugs. Like they're going to the slug land someday. They built these massive power lines. And I had this vision, and this is really far out, but I have to share this just because it's kind of what happened. Before, when I moved to this location, there were not power lines, right? And you can't really see them. Maybe I'll, they're in a lot of my photographs that I put on my artwork. But I mess with them, and I'll show you that in a second. For whatever reason, my photos are not loading. But I had this dream, and the dream was the Blue Avians, right? Of all people, the Blue Avians. And I remember asking you about this because I was like, Chris, is this? I've asked you that it's probably been annoying, but no. I appreciate. It's always like, I'm curious, but I really didn't. This is before it became the Blue Chicken Cult and became this whole thing. And I was like really buying into some of this stuff because it resonated, but I just didn't understand the layers of secrecy and also mind control that were involved in this, which now, I mean, this is all related to XCOM and in a sense that there's pre-programming and there's the introduction of ideas, right? Because keeping in mind the new XCOM games that have come out, the last two, were created by somebody that was obsessed with the original game. And there was the Greys are in mention of this game. Now I'm just going to finish sharing this dream though, and then we'll take it right into the XCOM. So I had this vision. It was more like a vision, because sometimes I would get sleep paralysis, and that's just something that happens to me on occasion. And I saw it was like all of a sudden I was rotating around what looked like a power line in a cell phone tower combined. And there actually is one kind of nearby. And right where these power lines they built, because they're coming up from the nuclear power plant, and they're coming up here. And they have this area that I live in, Scranton, is like one of the places that it's a backup. So we're far enough away from New York, Philly. Like if there was ever any type of situation, they geographically speaking, it's protected basically. Like, as I mentioned in the beginning of the video of the topography, it's like this bowl valley that has,
Yeah.
right. So it's got, and when they dug the mines, they also dug them in the honeycomb way, so that basically they're supported, every other key. It's like a honeycomb. They did it like that. So I mean, there's still structural integrity. But basically this dream was so powerful because it went right to the point. I was seeing that there was going to be something that created these electromagnetic fields, and those electromagnetic fields were like something that actually I saw it, and I reacted in such a way that I realized, oh my God, this might actually prevent me from ascending and going like to where I'm supposed to go after this life. This could trap me here and everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw this like little hill, like it was like the Shire. And I didn't know, but this is actually on the trail, the original trail that the settlers basically, because a lot of the roads, as you know, in the United States were ancient roads. So there's an ancient road that winds through the region right below me. And curious enough, there's tanks at some of these bends. So I was seeing myself at what was Nibbles and Bits. It was called Nibbles and Bits. And interestingly enough, a violinist and his mother grew up right across the street. So there was a resonance with that. I didn't realize that until just now. I'm just getting that. But Nibbles and Bits, I played in there before. And I saw it as like almost like a Hobbit type of thing. And Lily came out and I saw that it was like a post this era. And it was very much like if people have grandparents that collected and kept things in their house, or elders, and just know people that have, or if you've inherited a house, right, that has old stuff in it. There's a reason why people held on to things. And there's certain things that one needs to let go of, and certain things that you hold on to. But it was like that. It was just kind of like a boutique shop. And Lily came out, and when I saw her, I saw her and I was like, this woman saved me, and it was so powerful, Chris, because then they built these massive electrical lines that have multiple rings. Each ring is just like with the frequency that I sang, it puts the output of the power up by maybe it's 10x or something like that. And there's like, I don't even know, 8 or 10. So, I mean, they can vary this power. And as soon as they built this thing, the people that lived right in the house right below it, they both died within 6 months. And the guy that moved there, I told him about it. And I said, you gotta get out of that field from time to time, bro, like ground yourself.
The electrical field. Yeah.
Showering is one of the most powerful things. I think the people that designed the plumbing systems, they knew you had to ground the ground. So that way, if your drainage pipe is connected to the ground, like to a grounding wire, you can ground your energies when you're getting a shower. I got a shower in New York. This is weird, but in New York City, in Brooklyn, there was a major highway, and I took a shower, and it was across from a jail. It was just a terrible location. The other side of the wall, there were porno booths, and we'd always be like, those people are effing pretty loud. Like, wow, oh my gosh, sorry kids if you're watching. But these places exist, and it's bad energy. But I noticed when I was taking the shower, there was actually some type of electrical, when the shower would hit me, because I tried to hit every part of my body with the stream of water, but I felt like there was something going on that I really didn't know what it was, Chris, but it might have just been electrical lines that were crossing with the water, and I don't really know, but it was certainly odd. And
you can feel it in the shower. It can be calming, but it actually there's other things crossing the lines too. Certain things can't go through running water, but at the same time, there's other fields that can transmit through it. So you're getting like a mixed bag of all of that. So
interesting.
But, I'm getting this huge sense of urgency. We need to get to the other thing.
Okay. So where would you like to begin? with the XCOM stuff?
I can do the intro, and then you can go straight into XCOM. I'll use what we just did, as like afterthoughts and stuff like that.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Disclosure in the Media. I'm here with Mark Woodyard, and we are talking about the game XCOM today. So take it away, Mark.
Thank you, Chris. I'm interested in talking about the newest XCOM game that's been out, which I'm actually not even sure what the heck the name of the game is. Let me just make sure that I have it. It's just because XCOM, what is it? Basically, the newest XCOM game, Enemy Unknown. Let me see here, Chris. I feel like it doesn't matter so much that I remember the name of the game because it's XCOM basically.
The lore of the whole thing.
The lore of the whole XCOM seems like it was finally with this newest release. It reconnected. It interested me that they recaptured what made the first XCOM installment so interesting. And I got into XCOM through first getting a copy of XCOM 2, Enemy Unknown? No, Terror from the Deep, which was just a kind of a game that they put out 6 months after the initial release of XCOM in 1994. And it really, there was a big learning curve, and it was just bigger, and it just didn't have the same focus as the original XCOM game. And I believe maybe they had 470,000 sales of this game in 94. And it aligned up with kind of the X-Files information and that fascination that people were interested in, that they were resonating with. And I do feel that in some ways there was disclosure in this game, but in the new game, right, it has the elements that I liked about the original game, which was that you start with a base, and that you could build that base out, and then eventually your base gets attacked. But for the most part, you're doing these missions where you're bringing guys. It's basically like kind of influenced by Risk and by it's a turn-based strategy game. And I could share a screenshot here. Let me see here. It says desktop. Yeah. Oh, I could plug in my my iPhone or iPad, which is really cool. I did not know that. You know what? I'm going to do that in a few minutes. But basically, I'm going to just share the desktop right now.
Okay.
But it's saying I need to allow Zoom to do it. Okay, I'm allowing it.
And I allowed it on my end, so you should be able to do it.
Okay. Share screen. I don't know why, but it isn't.
Nope, I don't see the share screen. No, I got it on. So.
Okay, well, for the moment, I'm not going to share the screen. I'll just talk about it for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, this new XCOM game kind of gave me some red like a red alert. I got to share this with the world, and I'm grateful that you're giving me the opportunity to do that. It was made maybe 8 or 10 years ago, but finally put on iOS for the iPad, and I think it's been on Xbox. And essentially, I deleted this game from my system and the other XCOM game because I realized what I was doing was I was creating conflict within myself. So for me personally, this game taught me that I no longer needed to focus on this because it was going to perpetuate this battle between the aliens and humans, this type of thing. In my own consciousness, I felt that was very important. And that's what I learned from this was that I need to basically not engage in games like this. But this game has Advent as it's kind of like a post what Werner von Braun had been talking about, which is the alien invasion type of scenario, which is like the end game scenario. So I thought, what can we discern from this, and what can maybe we maybe shed light on just through
Well, I see what the energies are getting at today. Then, if it's talking about what I think it's talking about, utilizing the fake alien invasion timeline. So no wonder there's a sense of urgency behind this. So
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, I grew up and I was in Catholic school. I'm familiar with world religion and open to galactic religion, and I'm beyond religion at this point. But I remember, light the Advent candle one. This is the week that you are done. Play the violin and shut up. Just keep your head to yourself and don't talk about anything. No, I'm just kidding. But we had wonderful nuns, and they were really, really lovely, lovely women that they embody that divine aspect of just love, compassion, and they were musical and brilliant. And I was so blessed to have them for my teachers. Some of them were. And I remember the Advent thing was like, that is the name in this game, Advent, of the basically it's like the Catholic Church. This game is totally pointing to it's Advent, and then there's the elders, and the elders are the evil one, and then the ones below the evil one are like beings that can exist outside of time. So there's right there, and the jinns that you face, they're kind of like jinns, I would say, are very powerful, and the way that they're depicted in the game is interesting. But the premise of the game, just from the very beginning, from the get-go, there's an intro that I believe I have right here, and I could pull it up on my iPad. And what the intro has in it, let me see here. Is this going to come on?
Yeah, I'm picking up that there are codes in that would automatically. The reason you clashed with this is because of the fact that there are codes in this that there are beneficial ones to get you kick-started in one area, and one that would kind of take you down the garden path in the other. And there's a dualism where it forks off.
Absolutely. You know what? That's totally key, is to understand that, and to. So I took a look at this, and I engaged in the first XCOM game of the new generation, which was the game before this, and then this one, which had all the elements of the original game that I like. So it's like, oh yeah, this has got all the elements were basically just destructive environments, and the tactical stuff, which I love, just because in this game on the harder levels, if you don't have your squad tactically set up correctly, you're done. Like, you have to really protect your butt and not overextend. And basically you can do these extraction missions, and the way that they have the AI in the game programmed is that it can basically adapt, and it's much more like playing against a real person. But so the game is well designed. As you said, it's got different elements, and that's why I'm kind of wary about even having to share the screen stuff right now. I want to, maybe we'll hold off on that for just a moment.
Yeah.
And what I got out of this game, though, was that it starts off with showing you that, okay, humanity live in these cities, and XCOM for 22 years, whatever, it's been shut down. And it's like a post-destruction of society. And I thought, I don't want to manifest this. So basically, I feel like this is not the timeline we're on. I just have to say that. But I definitely felt that they were showing us what they wanted to do. And there are these genetic labs. So the first thing that happens is the people are breaking into the lab that are XCOM operatives. And there's kind of like a Master Chief, like within Halo, like your guy is like Master Chief. They incorporated that. So basically, we're talking about genetic engineering here. Now, the interesting thing about the XCOM games, especially the game previous to this latest one, was they had the same element in this game too. At some point, you get to a certain level of tech. Now, in XCOM, basically, the aliens are invading Earth. And in this new one, there's really not much difference except for the fact that they've already invaded the Earth through government and through getting people through the religion, basically getting people to believe that, oh, this is the elder race.
Just like
they
now.
are creators. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just I thought, okay, there's definitely a nod to the Catholic Church with Advent being the name of the organization, and the elders is obviously where they could go with the narrative. If there weren't so many of us that are awake and aware to this agenda, it really would be, I would say, much more plausible that this could happen. But still, what I wanted to share about what they depicted was that, and this was made, keep in mind, 10 years ago, that all the people are being told, go to these clinics and get your basically booster, like get your upgrade. So basically people have damaged DNA. They're compromised. So that's what's going on in the population end. Now on the XCOM end, it's the same premise as in the first game. You're reverse engineering technology in an effort to create a means of defense, not offense, but defense, defending against the invaders. In the first game, it was in the original XCOM game, it was just kind of earlier on in, it was 1999, I think, that it was set in, interestingly enough. And then in this game, I think it's 2012 or 2015 or whatever. Maybe it's 2032, but either way, it's like a post, we're in 2022 right now, March 11th, March 12th, I'm sorry. And the elders are beings that basically, just like with the eye of Saruman or whatever it is, the eye of
Saruman, yeah.
Yes.
Sauron, excuse me.
Sauron. Yeah, so Saruman is kind of like the disciple, a channel of Sauron. And it's kind of like these, what they're showing is that all of the troops that basically are deployed to police the cities and they have helmets on, they're actually genetically engineered, like modified. They're a hybrid alien human race, and people don't know it, but they have only one eye. And it's weird because they have visors on. You never get to see that. But like the people don't know, apparently, and they're just being corralled into going and getting these shots, so to speak, to keep them upgraded or whatever. And it's really a means of controlling the population and euthanizing them at some point. And there's different means of control that they have. Aerosols. They've got like the bad
like
guys
chemtrails and chem clouds, things that
and they have them in these little base units that are ground based, essentially. They're one of the means of warfare. And at this point, many of the cities depicted are either like these brand newish cities, or you're going into a place that has been destroyed. It's kind of like just as depicted in Star Trek First Contact, going back to, I almost said Zachariah Sitchin. Well, whatever the guy's name was.
Oh yeah, Cochrane. No, Zephyr Cochrane is
Zephyr
the name.
Cochrane.
Yeah. In the Star Trek lore, it's like post World War III, and they're rebuilding some of the cities. A lot of it is still intact in some areas in Star Trek lore, but it's very similar. It's a very similar vibe.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was getting, was that there's a lot of things like the advancement of the technology, which I was obsessed with the first one. It's very similar to this one. I remember the first thing was you got Gauss technology or plasma. And then you got, in the second game, it was like Sonic because you were underwater. And it was very similar to the first game. And I'm talking about literally like the first XCOM game. And then come to this most recent incarnation of it. It is a similar kind of evolution with your technology. You start off bullets, then you get explosive ammunition. As you reverse engineer the alien technology, which I feel that we clearly have evidence that may have happened, and this may be kind of letting people know how, the order of this. They get to the point where your soldiers, to get beefed up, you have the choice. You could either give them genetic modification, so they could go down the route of becoming enhanced abilities, and
Mhm.
organs replaced, or like basically like there's a period of time, 20 to 40 days that it takes for them to be modified in the lab, and then they come out and they could jump like 2 stories. Each one of those traits, as you get them, you have got to put those soldiers aside. They kind of have to get that done. So there's that decision where you say, well, I'm going to either go down this route or the other route, and eventually you can open up both areas of tech. The other area is mechs. Basically, are taking a person and they become a machine, and they're depicted as just like being like a little tiny like uh, metal frame, and they've got their head on there. Like it's
Yeah.
basically like they're disembodied people,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they have their advantages too. But it's weird that you have this choice between the genetics and the mech type of
What I
stuff.
find, oh, that's actually very interesting you bring that up because not only is the game taking it to where they're wanting primarily people to aim at the aliens, which is what I'm being told, and not just the military, but also on the military end of it, you depicted something that actually happens in the secret space program. You were just talking about it, the choice between in a machine body or enhanced genetics. The enhanced genetics would be it was also depicted in The Witcher with Geralt of Rivia as well, which would be super soldier, and the different mutagens that he incorporates into himself to have different abilities. It's the same identical thing over there, but with like nanotech. Over here, putting the brain into a machine, that would be more like a worker bee, or like people that were basically taken and their brains were put into machines, also incorporated into the Fallout universe as well. So
See, yeah.
they crossed it over to that as well. Whereas people sometimes some people either are forced to shed their genetic form, or they choose it. Now, in the case of the secret space program, they would gas people, take their brains out, put them in a machine, and those would become basically worker slaves in mines and in asteroids and in areas of that nature. So so yeah, that is actually true. But the part I wanted to also touch on was, you said it was like focusing towards this alien invasion, and this is where the sense of urgency is the crux of right here, where there isn't going to be a fake alien invasion. Just people are focusing on that so heavily, like, yeah, let's get this over with to get to the peaceful side, and that's not necessarily how it has to play out. And that's the crux of that part of the message right there. Don't always focus on that. It's your own government trying to get you to focus primarily on that, so they can put certain technologies out there, or get certain technologies put out there.
Right.
The reason I say this is the fake alien invasion has brought about, again, the advent. I'm saying the word advent because Isaac's also said that multiple times in channels as well. He keeps saying the advent of, and that usually goes along with what he talks about the fake and alien invasion, the advent of. He always uses the term, and it's what it is whereas, how can I put this? When they have a certain, say, invasion where they have military that download themselves into alien bodies, so that we think it's primarily always bad aliens, which there is. They gave the government the technology. Then some of the populations culled down. It goes back over to reverting to a new type of technology. You're seeing this with the Russia-Ukraine thing right now. It's a small scale version of that. Whereas then now we outlaw stuff from Russia, which is the oil. We're switching over to electricity. You see how that goes? And then they create they started the spell over here. Then they create the advent of the fake alien invasion, which then converts the population, or what's left of it, over to free energy. You see how that goes?
Through basically a fear-based shove. Like,
yeah, fear-based
we
shove.
have to do this.
Handing it over. Yeah, instead of just handing it over, they go a fear-based like spell that's put. The as above, so below. The Ukraine Russia thing is the below, and then the other thing, the bigger thing, is the essentially the macro micro spell that they're trying to complete. And the idea is not to let them complete that. So
Exactly. And that's part that, I mean, I was just inspired to share whatever it is that this game brought to my mind to share with you all, and with yourself personally, because I definitely feel that there's a way to abate this, to sidestep it, but we have to really kind of, in our own minds, just be able to see how there's just so many different avenues of this type of disclosure and pre-programming, as well as information that is a type of disclosure, and what's fascinating to me is that with this stuff, I mean, you go back to World War II, and so much of the history, this is all connected to basically the same power players, right? Who have basically been using the technologies that they've been suppressing. They've had control of the patent office. There's so much that we now know as to how this could have been accomplished. But the problem is that the general public have been under this spell, and this spell in the game, basically, I've got a little snippet here that I wanted to share. I don't even have to screen share. I think I can actually just play it if it will. There's a scientist. I don't know exactly what this is going to be, but we'll see.
Okay. And I can always add the clip in as
Perfect.
well. So, yeah.
Our soldiers refer to
Here we go.
our soldiers refer to as berserk. In all cases, human genetic material serves as a bonding agent.
I'll lift that up a little bit. There we go.
Human material. You mean the stuff we found at the Black Site facility? Precisely. The key component in their soldier manufacturing process. So we've been fighting ourselves this entire time. In a way. But I believe there's more to it than that. The human DNA in this specimen bears one key difference from the entirety of the sequences decoded in the shadow chamber. Psionic sensitivity. Given the sheer volume of strands involved, this cannot be accidental. Screening process of the clinics. The potential power of a being created for this
23andMe.
There's two things going on here, actually, where it's the psionics. They're saying the psionics are super enhanced, which would be the super soldier, but also they said the more strands, this cannot be anything but an enhancement. People are getting into their 12 strands of DNA, you see, and go and accessing the what would be known as the 12 chakra system, but underneath all that is an octave system, which is our natural energetics. So this is also kind of poking at when the Orions enhanced and put the fake chakra system in our genomic sequence as well, and that's one of the viruses we have to work out of our DNA. So they're saying it's not natural, but then there's also on the flip side of this coin, there's a benefit to this, to where that compression over that time is giving us a certain immunity or certain understanding about how things work universally. It's pushing us towards a particular evolution through that energetic compression that has been going on for centuries. What they were hinting at was mainly super soldier in that. And I will put that clip in there since you sent it to me. I will put that clip in the show up front. Yeah.
I'll try to get you an edited version of that, and I'll work on that after we have this session, and I'll send those to you right over.
Yeah.
Essentially, this just reminded me of there's certain things that over the months I was getting. What happens with in the game is what they were mentioning with the psionic stuff. Once you get to the highest levels, like basically with the genetic engineering, that was more focused on in the previous game. In this game, it's like when you get the modifications, it's to allow your soldiers to become psychic, and use telekinesis. Yeah, because that's what the grays that are depicted. They're like these kind of taller, wicked grays that are genetically engineered.
Essentially, because they're machines. The real shorter ones are actually machines or servants that have high psionic capabilities. Yeah.
Yes, and there's benevolent ones as well as as mostly like the ones that I think people interact with or see or.
Those little ones, the short little ones. Those are essentially robots. Those are the ones that implant people and do things to them in the middle of the night, cause sleep paralysis, all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Fascinating. Yeah. So that's what they want to do. Basically, I think this is pushing, get your genetics modified, and then you could have superpowers that's the whole premise.
It's promoting that. Yeah,
It's-
it's promoting people
so-
getting genetic modifications to be more perfect or Aryan.
It's both, but like
Yeah.
you said, there's both. I could feel the tug of war within this because it's like it's seeding the mind with these ideas, but also it's kind of showing you that the ability to defeat these alien beings and everything like that, you actually go to like a different dimension, which is very interesting. And some of the soldiers have the psychic powers. Basically, you could either take people out, you could basically, there's a lot of different abilities, but most of them are just, for psychic warfare. And that's just kind of what it is. But basically the elder race that you eventually fight, like this being, they have these big crystals that are like, basically what they've done is they've taken the DNA by the 23andMe type of process, by getting people to go to these clinics to give up their DNA. They analyze it, and the Master Chief figure, which is was supposedly your guy, who gets rescued. That DNA was enhanced human DNA apparently, and that they got, and then all of the soldiers are able to get upgraded real time somehow or another, so that as you become more advanced and whatever your fighting tactics are, they can learn them all because they've got some way to tune in and dial right into the people.
Mm-hmm.
So
the
that's
genetic resonance frequency. If they've altered it a certain way, they
That's
can
right.
dial into it like it's a piece of machinery. Yeah,
that's my
exactly.
fear of the jabbies,
Yep,
of
exactly.
what that.
Yeah.
I thought, well, if you could put something that has a specific resonance into all people, it's like an antenna. And then you got 5G and Wi-Fi stations, which can beam that in that basically we're going to be all right. It can beam frequencies to you. I know in my area that I actually decided I would drive around, and I was on just joyriding one day, just enjoying the good weather. And I saw these guys working on a telephone line, putting up the 5G. And I said, "Hey man, how you doing? Just curious. Did you guys activate that third frequency spectrum yet?" I said, because I've noticed on a lot of these little arrays that I see all over the place that they're putting on every street corner, basically, that there's 3 different readings that come on the meter that's lower, and one of them is 0. And I said, when are they going to activate that? Is that have anything to do with the FDA, or the Federal Aviation, FAC, whatever?
Yeah. FAA, yeah.
They kept them from activating a certain frequency bandwidth because they were concerned it was going to mess with the
Aircraft, yeah.
the aircraft controls, because you're talking about millimeter waves, which can read things and be used for tracking. The guy said to me, it's weird. We're putting these up. He said, and I said, they're not Huawei. He's like, no. So it was really cool because I just connected this guy and we just had an honest conversation. I was just curious because I said, I'm just curious about this technology. I've been researching it for over 20 years. I understand that they could make it so that it doesn't really hurt the body through phasing and things like that. And essentially, that's why I'm so interested in music and frequency and sharing that with people, is that just like getting your multivitamins, your daily dose through different experiences. Have a musical instrument in your house, have a gong, singing bowls, things like that are there. And also listen to music via headphones, get a nice system if you can, that can resonate. And if it's good if the birds are outside and they're listening. Animals will tell you if the music is good or not a lot of times. But essentially, these guys and I had this very brief conversation, which I derived that they're not hackable. I didn't say that. I'm so sorry. They're Samsung. And he said that it's interesting because they're not very powerful. I said, I said, I'm not really getting a 5G signal in my place. And we're kind of not in a direct line of sight with the antennas. And
Yeah.
I'm just curious. He said, yeah, it's really strange. He said, but I don't get it. But these aren't very powerful at all. And I said, good. That's probably a good thing, right?
That's actually, I was just going to say that's a very, very good thing, but also that shows that there's another nefarious side to the coin to it because it's not as advertised. What it's actually doing, the reason some of those aren't as powerful is the kind of the download I'm getting is that they're waiting to aim it in specific directions and in specific ways in the neighborhood. So they're kind of disguising it as not as powerful. Those guys wouldn't have known this. What it's doing is there's a few things going on here, like with the vaccines, for instance. You get people to have put this in them, and those waves affect them in a certain way and keep them grounded in kind of like the 3D malaise type of mentality. And anybody that's more awake, it tends to cause this weird kind of like almost like a schizoid behavior where you're fighting with your 3D self and trying to stay in your current moment. You're kind of drifting like this constantly all the time. People that are already up here, that shows they're in a frequency band what this thing isn't completely controlling. And what happened before that with the advent of COVID, now I'm starting to use that damn word. Okay, let me see. With COVID, it was a nanovirus that was already put in people long before. It was created quite a ways in some government projects further back. So were the vaccines. That's why they had so many of them. That's why it was like warp speeded like right into in the public view immediately because they already had it. The thing of it is with the active vaccines, the ones that have the really bad nanotech in them, those are fewer and far between. Those had to be created slowly over a period of time. And what happened was when people started destroying these things, like some people would just go nuts and destroy some of them, they can't create them that quickly. So they had to create a fear tactic to get people to think either they were all bad or they were the best thing since sliced bread. So it was kind of like this pendulum swing between all of them. There's a dud, and then there's the really horrible one that's out there, or two horrible ones, I should say. And these waves are essentially taking the frequency value of this and activating another really essentially personality inside of somebody. They shove their original consciousness into what Joanna likes to say, the big toe, and then it awakens this other them, like a synthetic version of them inside. This is why they change into a completely different person. And during this process, it's essentially a Jekyll and Hyde transformation type of process, or more of like a deadened version of them, or a zombified version of that particular person. And I saw this when I was a teenager. I had a dream where I was seeing people in masks, like surgical masks, accosting people that were just trying to live their life. And I was told those were shadows of things in the future. That was around 2001, 2002, when actually that was earlier than that. I was 15, 16. That was 1995, 1996, somewhere in there. And I was seeing that. And then eventually it came to pass as 2020. Yeah. So that game is actually accurate when they were showing the virus. You said they put the virus in people to denigrate their DNA and the booster shots and everything. They were basically advertising exactly what they wanted to do. This goes back to the macro micro spell. This is why it's important to always disrupt these spells, because it's an as above, so below magic, which is the basis for all universal magic. The macro micro is what I call it. And the micro was the disclosure in that part of the game. The macro portion of it was implementing it in reality. So that it's expanded 20 years, mind you, but that's how long it took them to implement the spell at that point. Yeah.
Interesting.
I know I went through that very quickly, but it was,
fascinating. And also just in conjunction with the in the timeline of this game and Advent, it's basically Advent to me is showing you that this is what could have happened through the Catholic Church being in that position where, they've got Jorge, who's like, well, if, the aliens are out there, they're, that doesn't mean God doesn't exist. And, and you could see what they would want to do and how they could do it. Unfortunately for these people, unfortunately for us, evil doesn't have the amount of time that they used to have to be able to, it's like evil functions outside of time, and I could see how it goes all the way back. and how even now that there are like, for example, one of the things I learned through just conversations we've had and reflection are that in an instance, something can happen which we don't see. So I'm now consciously locking my car when I'm leaving it outside, not thinking, well, I know nobody's not going to go in. I know no one is going to go into my car. I used to think that way. I used to kind of like put the visors on, you know, so to speak, like on the horse, and test out that. And now I just don't feel like testing it. I just feel like I'm going to lock the car, because what if there's an instance where there could be basically like, I see craft all the time. There's some things that I wanted to share that have to do with my fascination for this game, because I actually got to see the real stuff where they were testing it, which is fascinating. And I'm not going to say where, but in the mountains of New York State, there is an area that is a reservoir for New York City that was filled in, and that there's no houses. There's just a few places that are built around there. And where I was staying was land that was owned by the Rothschilds. Now, I didn't realize they had built everything up there for this time period, which is weird. It was like, why is this house just sitting there? And this lady was considered a rogue, but it was definitely interesting alignment stuff. And there was a military base that was within the park of it's a national park. And my friend said, oh yeah, we saw like craft, you know, zooming around, and like that they would do these different maneuvers. And so I was going up there with my friend. We decided to take an impromptu drive from Rochester to this place. And it was very cold out, and this reservoir is frozen as we were crossing over this bridge. And there was no one for 20 miles, you know, no cars or anything. I started to play techno music. I think it was Paul Van Dyke on the bridge in the car. I said, let's just bump this for a couple seconds. We did. And then turned it off and listened. And like all of the ice was, I could hear the sound waves had affected the ice. And then right in the middle, because we were right in the middle of this bridge, Chris, and it seems like, you know, when you have a reservoir, you have a river, usually the river is in the very middle of the valley. And then during times when there's a lot of flooding, you know, it widens out. So basically that means that the energetic line that is there is usually in the middle. And there's a craft that looked like a Bespin speeder kind of, but it was like, I could see through it. And now I've learned since that these are actually craft that have come out of or are going into hyperspace, generally speaking. But it was interesting because I could see it with my own eyes. And that was one occasion of many where I saw craft that just, I knew were aware of me. And I've even recently seen something where I talked about the different drones. So basically this level of tech that's being disclosed in these games, they have for the most part. And it's interesting what it reveals to me about the XCOM stuff is that there are groups that are basically funded that are trying to protect us from some type of invasion, you know, and those groups can become infiltrated as well through the hacking of the individual. And now that we understand what's going on, and also participating in these things, you know, if you're always playing this game, because I love the strategy element of it. I love those elements of it. And it was stimulating, but I had to stop because I noticed that things didn't get better. Now I started playing this after the pandemic started. So I saw, okay, well, this was made 10 years ago. They were showing that there was some type of, what they were saying was, you know, disease or something like that. And people had to go to these clinics and get their DNA tested and everything like that. In the meantime, what they show is that there's a system of control by extraterrestrials, basically, that are hacking humans. And there's also beings that can function that are genetically engineered. And when they get to the certain point, they actually, it allows them to teleport. and do different things within their matrix. So it's like you have to go to their realm. So what I'm getting is that know when to go to these realms and know when not to. There's plenty of disclosure, right? But if you're a creative, and I mean, I know you are, Chris, but I mean, anyone watching, if you're a creative individual that has been sucked into playing video games, that you feel like you're losing your soul, or, you know, you're losing yourself to it, replace that time with doing what you feel is good, is with your passion, as I, you know, is the message that we keep getting, and that I always hear you and Viking share, and what I'm getting is that what I did is all I can share. I started making music. I said, I'm going to stop playing video games, and I'm going to start trying to create music that makes me feel good, that expresses stuff, and take that time. I made a song called Take That Time Outside of Time. I'll send it to you because it's a good one.
Take the time, make the time outside of that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And that's what we do, right? I mean, there are frequencies that, like, basically memories that can replay, you know, and I just want to stress that I have no idea. Generally speaking, my philosophy is I don't know. And that allows me to have some semblance of knowing, just because I've taken the time to get good at my craft, and it's kind of connected my brain in unique ways. And I see how everybody has these innate abilities that, if we understand from a young age how these things, these media, these video games affect children, you can become a super soldier of light. You can become, like, basically I approach it as I'm a soldier of music. You know, I was shown how to fire guns. I never really wanted to do that. I never thought, I don't want to ever have to kill anybody. And we kill people with our thoughts, and we don't even realize it.
Our thought forms are essentially things or spells. And also, you know, the music that you would do and the frequency that you put out when you're in that moment of non-time disrupts the programming that they rain down into people to basically turn them into a puppet show, or to get them to hack to where they do what they want. And they call it that, the Mr. Smith programming, where it tends to aim at people that aren't in the whole Matrix mindset. That's what they nicknamed it, was the Mr. Smith effect. But it was because people that you run across just all of a sudden know to come at you all of a sudden, mysteriously, and
I've noticed
they call that the Mr. Smith effect. Yeah.
I've noticed that. Yeah, it's very interesting you said that. But the Matrix is something else that I was getting earlier, that with the part of the Matrix where suddenly Neo is out of the Matrix, and they're like, got him in the chair, and you learn Kung Fu, you know, there's all these different skills, you know, that these God games, basically, like Sid Meier's Civilization affected this game, the XCOM series, and the ability to strategically approach things as what I got out of these games as being beneficial, like how to tactically approach a situation and fight aliens. You know what I mean? And interestingly enough, with the moon and with that whole stuff with the Titans, that in the Giants, there is some connection to the moon, and I know a lot of people have speculated about it. I'm curious, though, what Tompkins was saying about the moon having been a place that there were much bigger beings. There was like a big chair, you know, and then Tears for Fears coming out with an album now. Recently, I just heard it, and I'm like, I associate that with Donnie Darko and that movie. I knew something was up with that movie when I saw it. And the music is like hypnotic. So you got these spells.
It's been a very long time since I've seen that. Yeah.
I wanted to be with you alone. And I never had heard something happens that I'm head over heels. That music casts a spell. Those guys were master producers. And I've learned, like, that album. This is the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about, was just a touch on it. It was disclosure in albums. One of the albums was Donald Fagen's The Night Fly, which starts off with this tune, IGY. International Geophysical Year.
Hmm.
90 minutes from New York to Paris, undersea by rail. It's an interesting song, and I highly recommend everybody check that out. It's the song my friend Josh told me they used to check the sound systems because it's so perfectly mixed. It's from 1982, and there's Disclosure songs in that. There's one about basically it's set in the 50s in an alternate future where the
Mhm.
technology was disclosed. And
Uh,
International Geophysical Year was 1958, I believe. And there's something that happened that year, timeline wise, where we went somewhere else with it. And
yeah, that's the same with the Fallout universe where it skews off just prior to after the World War II. Essentially, it skews off there into the alternate timeline with everything is in that 50s look of technology. Yeah.
there's it's great that technology. And I feel like seeing the Disney. Have you ever seen the Werner von Braun Disney animation movies from 1955, 56?
No, that one. No, I haven't seen. No.
Chris, those are far out because it was basically a precursor to 2001: A Space Odyssey, which, as we know, is a form of disclosure as well. Could never have been made without NASA's funding. I mean, Kubrick was one of the people that inspired me to get into making film myself. And I've got a friend who's a really expert filmmaker, and he basically said, "You're a great filmmaker." And I thought, that's really nice, a nice pat on the shoulder there. And I'm going to take that as he could see what my potential is. And that's what, for all of us, it's important to understand the concept of endless mastery. Video games can teach us. I feel like I benefited, not just to go back to this because we're focused on really XCOM, the newest version of it. But for me, I wanted to share that the video games like GoldenEye and the XCOM games, and there was a Terminator one that was really weird. That was like my aunt gave it to me, and it was like endlessly traveling down to this underground base, and it was weird. Like I was a lonely guy when I was younger, and before I got interested in women, and even then I still had really bad luck with them up until I was in high school. So I would always play these games, and I'd be way up. I mean, they would keep my brain. It'd be firing, the serotonin or whatever, the endorphins. Like I would be wide awake, and I could just stay up all night. When I was at my grandparents' house with the computer, I would be playing these games, and XCOM was one of them. I noticed when I was playing the violin and I had become state concertmaster of Pennsylvania, that was when I could defeat anybody at GoldenEye. And I started to make these connections between the aural effect that the music was having on my brain and basically creating new pathways, which we can do all the time. And like you said, to switch, to break the spell, play different types of music. Now, the music disclosure stuff, which I was curious about and fascinated with, is also in Herbie Hancock's albums, who I love, Herbie Hancock. He has these album covers that, starting in 1971, 72, it's called Crossings. And then there is Flood. And I'm going to just show you it because you could see my screen.
Okay.
Crossings and Flood. He has Headhunters. I feel like he's showing the evolution of humanity. But what's really interesting to me is that I'm going to just get this. It's first time using the computer, folks.
Yeah,
for Zoom
tends to be special sometimes. So yeah.
It's just easier for me to just pull it up through the music. And there's all sorts of disclosure, but what was fascinating to me was Herbie Hancock is a very well-known figure in music, and he never talks about any of this stuff, but he did make Future Shock, this tune in 84, and if you look at the video of Future Shock, there's all these people that look like puppets that are basically like, they're like mannequins that have like robotic servos and everything. And he was an innovator in electronic music in regards to the synthesizer and creating little things that would function as controllers. Like basically he could play with this one keyboard and then it could control another keyboard before they had this stuff known as MIDI, which is the universal form of communication between synthesizers and keyboards. It's just,
Oh yeah, the MIDIs, yeah, when they would
Before
record
that-
music. Yeah.
so he was an electrical engineer that started to work with Miles Davis, who was one of my biggest influences. And Herbie's creativity was unbounded. And I just listened to Death Wish, the soundtrack for Death Wish, a couple days ago. It just came on, and my dad was known as like they said, "Oh, you look like Charles Bronson." And when I heard the soundtrack, I thought, this is why my dad resonated with this character, because the mood was created by this funky music that is right in the pocket of my favorite years of Herbie Hancock's music, which I feel incorporated both up until, and I'm going to show you this because this is fascinating. And it's like, it's huge, Chris.
When you said, when you were talking about MIDIs, I remember listening to those back in the day, and I remember being, my ears, my head were hearing it very strange. There was a lot of programming that was coming in through synthesized MIDI versions of songs versus the originals. And I've noticed that there was a lot of different codes that would come in. Oh, one thing I did want to mention when you were mentioning how these beings assault people outside of time, like in XCOM. Where you had to go to a different dimension. There are scenes from both Star Trek and an episode of Batman the Animated Series back when that was on. Dr. Time, when he was outside of time, and he would be in almost like a sped up time continuum, and everybody else would move slower. I was seeing the scene in my head from that episode where he knocked on a door normal, and then Batman heard it really on the other side of the door, really loud and really fast, and that meant he was in a faster moving, not a faster moving frequency, but time continuum. And there was an episode of Star Trek where they encountered a population of people that had moved to another frequency like that, to where they were faster moving. They sounded like insects around them. So it was, which is ironic because the beings that were putting all this technology in people, like in XCOM, weren't just grays, but they were insectoid. So there was a visual auditory link right there where they would put these things in people's chests prior to COVID starting, which then it links back into what the events of XCOM. So also I encountered some military one time that they were in a different time moving frequency, but they were able to implant people like 2 seconds after somebody would pull an implant out. Like myself, I was able to yank out something out of somebody. And then 2 seconds later, somebody was putting it back. They had months to orchestrate a new type of implant. I had literally seconds, essentially, to kind of discern what they were doing. And they had upgraded it, and it was really quick. Also in an episode of Star Trek Voyager that links back into this, they encounter a planet that's it's moving extremely fast on its axis, like a donut almost. And time was moving quicker for them than anything else, so they could advance different types of technology to fire at Voyager, like missiles and stuff like that. They were eventually up to the Federation level technology in maybe less than a week. So it was
fascinating.
And
I didn't see that episode. I tried to keep up to date with Voyager, and there were so many episodes. But
and it ended up being a good one where you could see the time, this huge time differential. But that's the example I'm being shown is that.
And I was getting that if you slow down a recording of crickets, it sounds like a choir of angels. So people can actually get to experience how we can train our brains to think, and that's something that I'm well aware of that was taught and is understood by Paul McCartney and Billy, basically Billy. I call him Bill. But basically he was trained in that realm. And now that I've dove into that, and I saw all the stuff that has to do with the pre-programming and the music, if you believe you're a god, and that's what I believe he believes he is, and it's disclosed in some of the. I found one video that was just called "Flowers in the Dirt," and I reversed it and I put it on my YouTube for a little bit, and I actually communicated with him. And asked him, you were part of the earlier Beatles recordings too, weren't you? If they, this is under the premise that somebody that was a session musician And so
Mhm.
now we know that they basically had the wrecking crew. They had a tight ensemble of musicians who would be recording the tracks, and then the Beatles would come in and sing, and that there were more than one of each one. And that's how the sound always was the same. But also there were guys that were vetting things like Adorno, and Theodore Adorno was a composer that said I could create anything. Like basically these guys at the beginning of the 20th century were so advanced into metaphysics that they knew how to control the mind, and implant ideas, and
Into the
that
songs.
became
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
widely known and taught to people. It was taught to probably to Crowley and different people on how to think in reverse. And like, these things are dangerous. I mean, you don't want to just
Oh, yeah.
delve
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah, the reverse, like you go, what happens is with the words when they're said forwards or quantumly, where it's all over, it works. But if you try to do the backwards thing, the person, you can hear the real person's thoughts within the backwards speak. But
That's
if
right,
you,
reverse
but
speech.
if you put the programming in the reverse speak, when you flip it forward again, it starts to program the person in order to discombobulate them. See, so it's so
it's
if you
weird.
listen to also the entirety of the piece, sometimes that it can implement the programming. If you want to get, say, rid of voice to skull, like if you're hearing a voice or a song
Yes.
over and over again that's been programmed partially in your head, listen to the entirety of the song and you'll break the spell. So it reverses the reverse essentially. So yeah,
Weird.
so
That makes
yeah,
sense though. And I mean,
yeah.
in some of these cases, if the memoirs of Billy Shears is accurate, what they would do is listen to it backwards and then hear where it sounded like something, and then put their voice in reverse, saying what they were, in with the tape rolling backwards, they would say the phrase that it sounded like. And it's kind of like allowing for, and that's kind of like how people can offer negative or positive influences in music.
Yeah, music programming is what it's called, where even live bands can be implementing it through their mouth, essentially, also through their voice and through the vocals of their voice. And so it's very, very powerful. Also, this is how you get rid of certain demons. You basically how you say their name, but sometimes you say it backwards, and it reverses whatever programming they have in their vocals and in their telepathy, and it defeats them that way. That's why they implemented the power of the name of the demon, or the name of the being, or the frequency value in which it exists on. You flip that around, and if you say it backwards, it basically reverses their actions and can trap them within their own vocals and their own telepathy essentially. So it's
that totally makes sense to me. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, because we just talked about a bunch of different things, but it came back to this negation of the effects of a frequency influence by using the same frequency modulated to the same, bandwidth or wavelength or timbre, or a reverse of that, negating it. And it actually does that, explodes viruses if you can hit them with the frequency. And I'm guessing that it does it to implants as well as psychological
implants.
programming.
You hit it with the alchemized frequency instead of acidic. You can kill the implants. It's the reverse of its frequency value. You cancel it out. So yeah, that's true.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even the consciousnesses that are in the implants, some of them are called, I believe it is, like it's basically a living implant that has a consciousness in it. If you can find, again, like with the demon, you can find the name and the reverse frequency of it. You can cancel it out, and then you alchemize your body to get rid of the actual physical implant within after you got rid
which
of
is
consciousness.
is still like pluses and minuses. I mean, in
Yep.
one sense, like, but the thing that's fascinating to me is that now they're getting into analog computers, which are like not zeros. And, my friend described to me, this is what digital is. It's like, well, I'll just draw it really quickly. But it's essentially
Like stairs. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, analog is like a continuous wave, and then you have stair step, which is digital sound wave. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
And then
Yeah. It's more rigid. Yeah. Yeah, and that one's analog, one's digital. Yeah. The digital analog is like this flowing one. That's where like basically the old technology, like records and old technology like that, is on. Then you have digital, like compact discs and phones and all that are on that jittery like when, yeah.
It's weird that records were made using vinyl. Most of the Beatles records, oh wow, I just realized something really heavy duty. They were made in Scranton. They were printed in Scranton, and basically Capitol Records plant for printing US albums was right where I live. Mind blown, because there's a lot of weird occult stuff that goes on here, but it's not spoken about. Nobody really even has any idea. For the most part in my area about these levels of control. So it's just been basically like, well, my friend knows this guy and he's friends with Joe Biden, or he is friends with Hillary. And so we love him. Let's vote for him. And it's like, I don't get involved in the division because I'm a peacemaker and I don't put out there that level, because that's to me,
it's causing more
bad for business.
And
bad for relationships. I try to connect to people on that higher frequency, but at the same time, I could see why people make decisions that they do. But a lot of times it's kind of like through association, a lot of people like to go with, this or that. So what I always try to show people from Scranton and the world is that Scranton, the music influence in this area was that everybody that was here since the 1860s or 70s, and I found this out through reading historical manuscripts, and that people they didn't need doctors. The people that came here were so tough, they didn't even need doctors. This doctor had to move away. He wasn't needed. And then they had the best lawyers, and they had some of the best doctors and thinkers, and they had some of the best musicians would come through Scranton. I'm like, why? Because everybody came here. They all were digging coal. And everybody was down to this level of basically being like enslaved and breaking through, and hard work and immigrants from all over just kind of commingled, and people would be vetted. Like in New York, Sinatra said, if you can make it in Scranton, you can make it anywhere. They knew that. Because the coal miners were all making music in their spare time. They had all their folk traditions. This goes back to, Atlantean, Lemurian times, I believe, where all these musics have a certain tonality to them. So last night I found myself in a bar making music, and with all these different ideas going through my head beforehand, but I just showed up, and basically the guy was like, just show up and we're just grateful to have you. And I said, okay, I'll come and play. And it was like, I said to him, bro, you are a bard, we're playing the music of this valley. Like, we're playing music that sounds to me like it's infusing everything that the Native Americans and those ancient musics had. And it was because he was playing basically Irish drinking songs with a guy on electric guitar that could play anything, and a guy that was playing percussion who had tiny little chimes, and like was so tasteful. And we all were like trying to make it just awesome. And I had like a wah thing for my violin that I would put on for like a little this or that. But what was so cool is I could feel like something happening from this that really cleared out, it seemed like it cleared some kind of energies up. And I always try to say the reason I'm such a good musician is because I was nurtured in the right place. And if I can share anything about Scranton, it's that we had some of the best musicians and music educators here that I know of. There's a guy from Indianapolis that had studied with a world-class jazz musician. I find out there's these pockets all over the country of great music. And one of the things that got cut right after 9/11 was the music funding. And I feel like the music, as you know, it has an effect on the brain, and it can open the mind. And a lot of times, if you're doing the best music, you can't tell people what you're doing, right? So Herbie Hancock. Now, I had a friend who gave me this album here. It's called Thrust, basically, and this to an actual proof. Machu Picchu.
It's kind of choppy, but yeah.
1 second.
Okay.
So this tune got me engaged. I never would have bought that Herbie Hancock album. I had gone to the Governor's School of the Arts, which was in Erie, which is actually like, I felt like I was in Utopia. The vibration was so high. I had no idea there was Atlantean, like remnants of that civilization that had moved there and all this other stuff. I had no idea, Chris. And one of these guys that I just thought was one of the best guitarists I had ever met, Ben Fried Casorla, sent me this for a Christmas gift, and he was Jewish, and I was like, how awesome is that? Like, when you're younger and you just don't know. I didn't know much about Judaism, and I started to study, all these different aspects of, how all these different systems are kind of like, understood. Herbie Hancock was he's a very powerful artist.
Yeah, I can
Outside
definitely
of
even,
time.
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can definitely feel that even from just viewing that, and I can definitely feel the vibe coming from that.
So I wanted to just show you the albums before that and leading up to it real quick.
Okay.
Because I thought, okay, he had Future Shock, right? He was trying to do some type of really like patient disclosure, I feel, and letting people know something, but it was like imbued in the music. Now, the reason I played that song in particular was because it was called Actual Proof. And it was one of those tunes where basically the guy that was the producer said, I don't want it to be like that. Herbie said, it's got to be like this. He said, I'll give you one shot. And so Herbie said to the drummer, we got one shot. They'd been studying meditation and not TM, but just meditation. And the drummer went into the room. He was a white guy.
Mhm.
And he played like he was like one of the funkiest guys in the world, you'd never know. But he meditated, and then they went in, they just did it one take, and that was it. And it was absolutely one of the most tricky tunes to play. And it was called Actual Proof. They named it. And so that's kind of a cool album. Thrust is so cool. And Headhunters was the one before it, which it's kind of like, I think of it as kind of like their nod to an age where things were after the fallout. Now,
I can feel that's where definitely a timeline split was. I can feel that music had a lot to do with bringing about more of the positive timeline in
Cool.
that respect. Yeah,
So
I can definitely feel the codes coming from that. Yeah, I see it.
this is
Mhm.
Flood, right? Which is, that's very blatant. Let me just, and this is Actual Proof Live, but basically, and when I was looking at this, Chris, I noticed that if I can find it, there's an actual, it might be on the other side of the album, but there's a dragon and there's a fish. And if you look at Africa, at the dragon that's in Morocco, which I was actually in Morocco before I was born. So I somehow or another had this weird connection to it. And you got Herbie in a space suit.
Mhm.
It's like this stuff was never talked about.
Because he was bringing in downloads. Essentially, the covers were representing different downloads of different, either different expressional values that he had at some point, or different beings that were trying to interact with him or try to contest him in some way. So yeah,
Cool. Thank you for
that's what I'm picking up
validifying
on.
that, man.
Yeah.
That's huge because I mean I didn't even have that's Flood. Obviously, there's Crossings, which is just leading up to that. And this music is totally, it's Sleeping Giant, right? Quasar. And this music is totally different. It's very trippy. And it was before he had found the right pocket for what was commercially successful, as well as and I just was looking at this the other day. I've looked at all these album covers and found them to be fascinating, but basically stepping in it. Was what my friend Nick was like, check out stepping in it. And it just looks like,
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Yeah. These are all downloads that they was getting from either different beings that were like in different settings like that, like the ocean or the sky or where have you. And I'm getting a strong feeling of like on Interstellar Council, we've dealt with beings that created their own environments and created their own like dimensional spaces, you know, with libraries and books and all of that. We had a couple of characters. We had Frank Frazetta come through as himself one time that showed the whole entirety of his creation from Earth and out in his oversoul. And then we had Jeremy Brett come through as Jairus of Stromba that showed the different dimensional aspects that were like that. I believe that's what
that was a life-changing episode. Yeah. When I shared that with my mother, I said, Mom, remember I was Sherlock Holmes. I was Sherlock Holmes in 7th grade for a class, or it might have been 8th grade, but I basically became the character of Sherlock Holmes. And ever since then, that type of thinking has been the model for me to engage and discern in reality. I mean, interestingly enough, I had a vaccine in 2000 or 2001, and it affected me in the way that I feel this vaccine is doing to people now. They were testing out 5G then too, which is interesting.
Yeah, they were testing out things years prior. Yeah.
And I found this out from a scientist in Washington, who was part of a private panel that was government. And he said, you got narcolepsy and cataplexy. He said, did you get the flu vaccine in 2001? I said, yeah. He's like, that's where you got these symptoms from. His wife was able to discern this because she was my viola student, and she was very brilliant and had an autistic son that basically he had Asperger's actually. And he was completely functional. He learning how to fly a plane. And I thought these people are really cool. So I when I found that out, and then I saw what was happening with this stuff and some of the side effects, I thought, I was probably part of a test phase for this stuff, because slowly through time, as I've started to ingest less and less GMO and try to purify my body and basically put in it things that were negating the embedded technologies that were just ingested essentially, which these days it's kind of difficult not to. You don't want to get rained on, you know what I mean? Like you just try to keep pure, but also, as the Indians have been doing for thousands of years by purifying the Ganges through copper pots, you know, there's all these different theories, but there's a resonance to the planet. You know, I was telling somebody last night, which came up because I wanted to have a beer for my birthday, and I know not to drink much. And so I just had one beer at the end of the night, and it was Salton Sea, and it was awesome. And I remembered, Chris, I had been to the Salton Sea. And when I was there, my friend had said to me, we stayed at his grandmother's overnight in the trailer. His grandma and her partner, who had worked on the nuclear tests in the 50s. And they lived in the Salton, on the banks of the Salton Sea, and it had receded hundreds of feet. And there was all these fish bones. And I learned since then that this is a very powerful tectonic location. But my friend had said my guitar played itself, you know, and I said, that's really interesting. So I tuned this guitar to 4. It might have been 432. It might have been 444. I just remembered I tuned it to something, and the instrument started playing, and it was like, and I believe anybody could do this. It has to do with the wind, but also I was imagining in my mind, I could imagine that the ground itself, we don't feel it because we're traveling on it, right? That's resonance for you. And that's why there is validity to studying and getting into the 432, 444, 440, and understanding like, what's the ground done? How do we resonate with this reality, and how do they separate us from it? And that's where the 440 conspiracy comes in, because electricity is tuned to it. I'm not sure if Tesla originally had it tuned to that. I don't know, but I know that this is what the guitar kind of sounded like. Like that type of stuff was going on.
Yeah.
And it was so powerful and magical. And I thought, wow, like we're resonant, right? But you got something with strings that's open and it's attuned correctly to itself, like we can be. And then with a little wind or whatever, it just was playing itself. And it was so mind blowing that I never forgot it. But I had forgotten that for years and years until last night when I tasted that beer. And it all came back to me. And I shared that with the guy that I played with. I just said, this is so awesome, man. Like, thank you for doing what you're doing. He's like, oh, I'm just a hack. I said, bro, you're a bard. You know, you've been doing this for lifetimes. And I could tell. And his time was rock solid. So that's another thing that's so key is being able to actually have a grasp on your own perception, right? And being able to have footing to be able to discern this stuff, because it is kind of like trying times. We got to be careful, as you've said many times and throughout the years, especially recently. And I know that you and Joanna totally understand this stuff. It's like, you got to be careful what you feed yourself. And that is a metaphor to even sound. I love what you shared today with me, because it's validifying and enhancing my preparations in understanding sound. Kind of like, I feel like somebody could toss me a sound and I'll throw it back, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how you can defend either through light and sound. Essentially, what the Galactics were saying is that it's one and the same, just different vibratory frequency levels. Light and sound are essentially the same. So, in that respect,
Thank you. And they totally are. You're right. We just don't perceive it because we're, you know, as to the Titans to us, you know, and and what we could be in relationship to it could be just natural, but I was thinking about genetic engineering and like how we could be genetically engineered because of the conditions, the vibrational conditions, the physics of this this realm that we live in. What's so fascinating to me, though, is that there's this sound in space, right? And I've heard of astronauts going up into the actual universe and into the galaxy, but I think just even outside of the planet, and they said they could hear the constellations, they could hear the galaxies, and it was absolutely gorgeous. Like a choir of angels.
Where they could hear the sounds of all the planets and all the stars and everything.
I wonder if the crickets tune into that, you know? You
Yeah,
never
I'm
know.
thinking I'm picking up you're correct, where since it's all connected, where they're tuning into that level of sound, reverberation, frequency, and light, essentially, and that's what the recorders were picking up on. I'm thinking,
and that's the danger. That's why people need to be educated as to these things. And I think that just comes with from an early age being introduced through just the engagement in music. With that, you don't have to think about it; just play it. It's like it educates you. The universe educates us through music, and we can be channels of that wisdom. But also, it concerns me that some of these frequencies that are electromagnetic are interfering with nature. And they're also putting synthetic things into nature. I've heard of mosquitoes being released and spiders that drop from the sky. That they don't know if they actually are being dropped from planes or if they're just blowing. But I have a feeling like it's been very apparent to me. The birds let me know if things are okay. And
they let us know, like when I was clearing a satanic property one time, the birds were in a panic when stuff was going on, and then they calmed when it wasn't. There was another on the flip side of the coin with the sound frequencies, like with the crickets. On the other end of the frequency, I went into a graveyard or a big cemetery where I was doing some of the paranormal work, and I recorded it. It was called Forest Home Cemetery in the Chicago area. And a German Jewish cemetery that's there. we went in there, and this is where one of the bigger soul trap things was, where I saw the ghosts lined up against their headstones, waiting basically because some angel told them to. This is where the alien soul trade goes on, essentially, in some of those areas and bigger places like this. And what happened was when I did that same slowdown, the same thing with crickets, for the crickets, I slowed down the frequencies of what was done within the soul trap that was there. You could hear nothing but the screaming souls bouncing around on the inside of the whole this whole area, where you hear this, it's like that scene out of like Christmas Carol where they go up in the clouds and see all the damn souls flying around and everything, and it was also that goes along with the screaming souls of Maldek, like out of the Law of One material, what was talked about in there. So, which goes back to the whole blue avian thing you were talking about earlier. So it links back to that whole thing. I was able to actually get that recorded. It's pretty damn creepy. I recently came across some of those old recordings from that time frame that were pretty creepy, showing basically basically yin and yang. The good one being like the crickets sounding like angelic voices, and then you have the soul trap end of the spectrum, which was just horrifying. So it was like you have the two sides there. Also, the experiments done with water, where they put the words love and hate in front of water, and they recorded what the molecules looked like. The water on the love side was all bright, the hate side was all demonic looking. So it was like, I thought that was actually interesting. You brought that up with the crickets, because I caught the antithesis of that on actual recording too. So
yeah, I mean, it's happening. It's just a matter of having the instrumentation, right? And or the attunement of that instrumentation.
I slowed it down to like 5% of what it was supposed to be, like down to really slow, and it went.
So that's how you heard it. Yeah.
That's how I heard it. Yeah, it was in a really slow, like actually it was in not a bit fast moving frequency, but it was outside of like the time space where like Dr. Time in the Batman episode I was talking about,
right.
Where it was in that area. Yeah.
I know. I've been thinking about this for a long time.
Yeah.
I had a friend that he wrote a piece of music that was so powerful. He was a cellist at the Eastman School of Music. And I remember talking to him one time, just in the hallway about music. And he was fascinated with this concept of creating music that had these little tiny, like if you have a sound wave, and then if that's 1 second long, and then if you slice that so that only 1/100th of that second plays, and you do things like that where you break the music up so that you can't hear it, but it's basically you could speed up something 100 times, like all these different concepts that he was getting into. And then when he put it into practice and I heard the piece, it was heart crushing. And all he did was he used like some type of mathematical ratios. And it was basically, which are apparent in geometry, and you could see them in gemstones and, nature, in the way that nature forms crystals and things like that. You could see some of these geometries. And then if you look at architecture from ancient times is up to now, but with medieval cathedrals and things like that, these buildings were designed to be resonating chambers and basically amplifiers of energies, and various other possibilities and modalities, can be performed in these spaces. And what I love is playing my music in these spaces for people for their if it's their funeral, and I like to, at some point go into something jubilant and joyous to show, it's like if I get to do that, I kind of grin, because I'm like, I know I'm reminding myself and everyone that there's a greater realm that we're a part of, that we go back to, that we come from, and that exists if we just tune into it. And as I was saying about my concerns, it's about the synthetic impression, like you had mentioned before, about reality and how basically somebody could become hijacked essentially from the inside. And now these vaxes are putting Wi-Fi
More of a
essentially.
reinforcement on that hack. It's like a reinforcement. So the hack was already there for a very long time. It just reinforced.
As you said,
yeah.
And as I kind of discovered through my own experience with a disability that it's not really a disability, it's man-made. You know, it was I remember when they did it, and I felt like it was like one of those instances where they were all in the room and the lady had the needle and they called me down to the medical room because I had avoided getting the shot. And I knew that it was a bad idea. And I was in high school, and it was like in my senior year of high school, and I was kind of paranoid, and I was stoned. Actually, I had gotten stoned at lunch, and I basically was at that period of time. I had art class, and I was making artwork, and I have this artwork that I just found recently, which was disclosure to me. I was showing that in this artwork, I found outside of time, there was all this stuff going on that I was picking up on, and you could turn it in all these different directions. And I was kind of getting a download, like you were saying. I think that's something that is important for me to remember, is that a lot of times I'm going to get a download and it just needs to come through or come out, you know? And that's why I'm grateful that I stopped playing the video games that were keeping my mind trapped in a certain realm, which was good for a time. It's like training, but then I decided I was going to put that towards the creativity and.
Oh yeah, video games can be creative too, where you can go into ones that don't have that aspect to them too. There's a flip side to it as well. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to be able to. I love flying games, especially. One of my favorite games was I can't think of the name of it, but I have an Xbox still. And I noticed the frequencies the Xbox put out were like very bad for the mind.
I put a bunch of shungite stuff around mine, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and that stuff helps too. And what I was wondering about was when you're making these things, there's a guy that we purchased some things from a while ago, and we got a big plate in it. It's kind of hard to see here, but basically what he had said he did was, and he showed us a picture. He was out in the middle of Portugal, and he had a big backyard, and he put in all these tower busters and like big, huge things. And it was like it must have stacked the frequencies by playing music essentially to these things while they were cooling. And those frequencies would be imbued into basically the orgone device or whatever it is. And also it's piezoelectric. And I mean, this violin has a piezoelectric pickup that's a ceramic, which is cool. But some of them are crystalline and more like stones. But the ceramic is resonant with the wood. And my friend Eric patented it, which is cool. He discovered this material after studying 18 years of pursuing that. And so that made me think about, oh my gosh, piezoelectric. Okay. And then what's going on inside of us is really on some levels piezoelectric, just like it's like where we have access to information in crystals and things like that. To kind of zip up the disclosure thing with XCOM, because of when it came out, it seemed like there was so much that had been shown to people in the 90s. I mean, this was when Catherine Austin Fitts was part of HUD, and then she bowed out of it. It seemed like they came up with their real ultimate 2020 agenda during that period of time, and they rolled it out, and then they used probably I feel the sex scandal stuff with Clinton as a means to kind of, control him from doing anything that,
and distract the people against what was actually going on, because the 90s was a major invasion period within the other frequencies. A major archontic invasion took place in that time frame as well. Wow. So it all syncs up to XCOM was created then. All of this scandal crap started happening at that time. That dream I had with the masked people that was originally supposed to be 2020 happened in that time frame. So it was it all syncs up. It all is synchronistic.
And also the interesting thing was, and this is weird, that Michael Wan of the Susquehanna Mystery, Susquehanna Alchemy, was doing one of his like podcasts that I was listening to, and he talked about having worked as a telecoms guy in 99 to 2001 for a company that is now the guy that was running it. Obviously, it was a proxy of the CIA. And the guy is now a subcontractor for the CIA for something else. But they were testing out a certain spectrum of the 5G. And I noticed I was starting to develop psychic abilities where I could just know what was going on. It was right up until that point, 99, 2000, that I was trusting and hearing this stuff. And then there was all the interference that came with all these different bandwidths that are with cellular. And so I started to look into what Europe was doing, because I was convinced that there was definitely some type of effect that these things had on us when I was at school in 2001. And I could just, my phone was hot, and I felt like I didn't realize that I was the antenna. And that is the whole idea.
And you're getting irradiated. Like, I could stop putting my phone against my head a long time ago because it was messing my head up. I could literally, one time before I started using shungite primarily, I could feel like the square edge of the phone on the side of my face long after it was off of there. And it took me a while to wipe that clean. It was making my ear ring and everything. When I put the shungite on, it minimized that. Also, people have, phantom vibrations on their side when they have a phone in their pocket. It's because it's vibrating. That sound and light frequency is going to their body, vibrating over here. And you feel that for days, even weeks, sometimes months afterwards. And it could mess your nervous system up that way. So it's like, I have it. That's why I keep my phone at a distance. I keep shungite around it, silver around it. So it's like,
there was absolutely. There was a lady that told me, "Oh, my son, he likes music and everything," and she had me play for her parents' anniversary. And I was talking to the guy, and he's like, "I've got a tumor, or I've got some issue in my knee," and I said, "Let me guess, you put your phone in your right pocket?" And he said, "Well, yeah. I mean, how would you know that?" I said, "Well, he said, think about it." I said, "Just think about it for a second. Your phone is connected to your body, and those frequencies are going to basically work through you." And I've seen this so many times. And he was having a difficult time grasping. I said, "Hey, bro, you don't have to believe me. Just try out taking the phone out of your pocket and don't put it in that pocket and see if it helps." And sure enough, it did. He didn't have to get cancer treatment or anything like that. It negated. But if you speak to people like that, because that's how we really need to engage with our own self. Hey, I might not know everything about this. And just to be sure, let's just try switching it up. Let's try not putting the phone up to our head and seeing how if we feel any different instead of going, no.
Yeah, I didn't want it anywhere near my head. I used to carry a wallet around my neck that had my phone in it. It was a passport wallet. And this thing, it was close to my heart, and it was messing my heartbeat up and everything. So I had to keep it away from there. And what I do in the car, if we're in the car for a long period of time, I don't keep it in my pocket. I keep it in the door next to me. There's a slot right there. I just keep it over there, or in the glove box or something. I don't. Unless I really want to mess with it a little bit, but I keep it.
I've noticed that the glove box, if you're going to do that, I just started to imagine the way frequencies would bounce around in an internal space, basically using visualization as trajectories, you know what I mean? Like pinball and stuff like that. So, and when I found out that cell phones and any type of device that has those signals, the effect that they have on the car on us is like 20 times worse. So I tried to, I got something that attaches to my phone, right? That it's one of these little spinny things, and it actually is nice because I can just immediately just put it right in the thing, and I have it on my vent. But I noticed when I put them on the dashboard, essentially, so that the signals can go up and out, it's different than when we're in the car, and it's like we've got our devices in a boxy area. Sometimes there's no negative effects. And I mean, with your Orgonite and all the different things that you have, that's another thing, right? I mean, they're porous on a level we can't see, and they're transmuting the energy. That's basically the whole point is, and this is one of the studies that I had found from researching what Europe was doing in 2001, before there was too much of a, cover up. I found that Congress had been lobbied in 99, basically, to allow for the building of these towers everywhere in in England, there was issues. Well, then when I found Sweden's reports in Norway, they had done studies and discovered that there was an impact on health, and all they needed to do is phase them, which phasing is basically like you take a tone, because we're talking about tone, but then the other aspect, which I think is very important for people to consider and discern, is timbre. So this is. I'm trying not to play a different note, but you can see what happens when I play the same note.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm playing only one string, and you see the other string move. I'm not touching that string.
Yeah. Yep, I can see it. It's moving the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's happening in our bodies, and that's just a way to visualize the resonance. There's videos on YouTube of people slowing down violin strings, and it's amazing what it looks like. You think, oh my gosh, is this happening? So what I figured out a few years ago, and I'm just getting a reminder of that to share, is that just one octave that hits all the frequencies, I was showing off there, but
well, that's just fine.
It's good to hear those frequencies, though, but just keeping in mind that within that one like little spectrum of an octave, every frequency in the universe basically is hinted at, because there's overtones and undertones, and we're the meter stick of the universe. So I think we were put here to shake things up and
exactly
in perspective.
Exactly. I'm getting a major yes to that. Just like how they were. It keeps going back to the 90s all the time. Mid 90s is like an invasion point. And then also you had the movie Independence Day that came out basically predicting 9/11 happening. Essentially with that on the computer it said it said 9/11/01 on it. In the movie Independence Day, that was that macro micro spell I was talking about, where it went from the micro to the macro being implemented. See, so that's
right.
They had to show it to make it work.
Right.
And the creative waves that we put out like this are what are breaking those macro micro spells, or the as above so below ill-used magic. We can use the as above so below in the same way, but the opposite polarity.
Right. So, yeah, exactly. It's important to know how the negative things and the knowledge base, which is really thousands and if not millions of years of information of control and to be liberated. It's a beautiful thing to be able to participate in just reality in a meaningful way, and knowing that it's what we focus on, I think, can maybe keep people from, obviously, from being hurted. At this point, it seems like the fear thing has overtaken many people, because they've been so corralled into, and I've been part of this as well. So I understand, and I have compassion for it, and I'm willing to look at it like it's within myself, because it is. But we've been herded into a situation where either you're with reality and you see it, or you're not. People aren't willing to look at it, and they kind of feel like, if I keep living this way, maybe this is how it is, that maybe this is going to be the reality. And I'm like, bro, no matter what you think, you cannot, the truth is the truth. You know what I mean? You might not want to look at it, but doesn't mean that you're right. I'm not saying that I'm right, but the truth is the truth. You know what I mean? If something happened and you can't even question the narrative of the Kennedy assassination, or that 9/11 may have been a false flag. And those are the two key things to understand the cabal and that level of, the direction. And then, of course, from all of a sudden, now that people are starting to figure out ways to negate and heal and starting to really understand what's been going on. Oh gosh, Ukraine. And it's like, and then there's absolutely, they're total lies, Putin's telling lies and all this stuff. And it's like, it's just like a game show.
Yeah, when people start to become more unified, like with the truckers and everything, they flipped to the next. They flipped automatically to the next thing. It was like that,
And apparently, there's absolutely. I don't know if what you've heard, but apparently there are tens of thousands of truckers in DC right now, and nobody's reporting on it. Nobody can even get any video or audio out, but they're like, where are all the people? And I don't know if this is for sure, but I saw William Mount, who I started to watch again because I think he's really funny, and he's allowed to disclose certain things. I feel, I don't know how, but he just got a sense of humor. But everything that he had said recently, I was able to see happen, and so Lily and I went, oh, okay. Everything he was saying back then might have been true too. It's just important to be able to to discern things, and that's what the Sherlock Holmes, the Jeremy Brett thing with you, and the full circle to like when I was first watching you, and you had somebody that was really good at getting you to engage, and I believe this is before you had met Joanna. I forget his name. Was he Swedish?
Yeah.
He was what was his connection to you? I mean, you don't have to share.
Well, there were some things that I with that person I can't completely go into, but
he reminds me of a friend of mine. That's why.
Yeah, but it led me into doing bigger stuff. See, I found out some things back then weren't completely good, so that's why I took down a lot of the stuff on the YouTube and underneath from that stage, so they could focus on the more balanced information. I'm going to take the old stuff and put it on our subscription and then annotate and make annotations to all the stuff from then now, do that kind of stuff on that. And what was with that though, it started me off in a good place, a place where I was probably slightly more compromised at that time, in my own energies and everything, didn't discern as well with beings that were around and everything, and it got into a place where now I discern constantly. So it's that it had to start out at that point. Talking about macro, macro. It went from one end of the spectrum to the other. Now I can't. We were talking about some of these frequencies of the binary network and everything, and I didn't realize this till we were just talking right now that I created this new type of shungite right here. This here. I call this moon shungite, and I knew moon had to be in this because of the fact that in this, it goes with the hello. The reason I'm bringing this up now is because this goes with how the moon is radiating these frequencies, and there was no the grounding portion of this was the Unisphere in in the 1964 World's Fair. Vernal von Braun. Hello.
Made it.
She
said, "Where did you find that?"
What happened was I knew that
Wernher von Braun.
I knew that Wernher von Braun, when he created the World's Fair, he was basically turning on the binary network, creating the as above so below magic with the moon. Above below. What I did when I created this, obviously this was Oversoul inspired. I created that to be the below part of the magic, and meaning it was a different like null point for the magic to connect to. And what I did was I combined it with amber, frankincense, myrrh, and silver along with the shungite in the tumbler, in my rock tumbler. And when I did that and spun it, like spinning the energies up, it forged these. And when they came out after a week.
What a color too. That's my favorite color.
Yeah, and see, shungite's supposed to be looking like this is polished, but yeah, this is
it's distinctly that's like black. An alchemical
proof. And see, this is the alchemy of this created a new moon null point to where the binary network and the magical magic that's working from those other time skews gets absorbed and transmuted, and that's what I used to create. That's what I made that for. And this is, see, the color looks like moon rocks. That's why I called it moon shungite. So
He calls
Love it.
moon shungite. It's
Love it.
silver, amber,
Love it.
silver, amber, frankincense, and myrrh
Frankincense.
together. And that makes 5. The number 5, meaning like the 5 came out the 5-pointed star, like a pentacle. And they use the reverse of that for the binary network, which is the pentagram. So
How about that?
I ended up creating the opposite of the spectrum. So
Fascinating. And you had mentioned something during that, which I thought to mention, was Lily mentioned that she loves the wand, and she loves her wand. And before I lose this thought, there's an antenna thing which had to do with, this is it. This is the only thought I can remember that I didn't mention that had come to me earlier today during our conversation, which was, and you just hit it. I wanted to ask you about the World's Fair in the globe antenna, because it's still there. And I thought,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
the
when they
Unisphere,
started
yes.
this, like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, that's the Unisphere for the 1964 World's Fair when that was put up. That was like I said, the antenna, the connecting antenna, utilizing that magic technologically with the as above, so below. That's that macro micro. They connected it to create the original mind control devices. So yeah.
And in the XCOM, the newest game, that is in the center of each city. There's a big statue, which is of an elder, which looks like it's like kind of like a manta type of being, kind of a cloaked figure, like almost like a Batman, type of character from the animated series. But I think there might be 4 arms, but it's like a cross. It's clearly like in a cross shape. And there's these big towers. They don't say it, but it's clearly broadcasting frequencies to the people. So I thought that was interesting, because that was like the culmination of these control things, as you've discovered from cemeteries and from buildings, is like these resonating obelisk type, antenna like things.
Yeah, the obelisk. Yeah. From all the
and
cemeteries, all the historical sites and everything.
But
Yeah.
the key is this. And I dove into this once because I realized there was a Disney album that had come out that had been sent to people who were in the know of this World's Fair. And I asked my mother, who had been there, Mom, what was it like to go to the World's Fair? And I was fascinated by this 1964 World's Fair, because I felt like this is when the agenda that was rolling out right before our eyes and it was called, there's a certain group of people. I can't remember it, Chris, just right this second, but it's okay. It's a conversation for a different day, but still the fact of the matter is there was a special recording, and people have these online. And when I started to look into it, I was scared. It scared me because it showed that they got us with entertainment and entrainment
through the music programming. I call it music programming. Yeah. Where it's again the opposite end of the spectrum, utilizing that same magic. See, that means we have to become masters of using the antithesis of what they put out. So it's
yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of which, I'm getting a sense of urgency. This is the time for the channel portion of the show. So this is
okay.
Let's see. And I do believe I'm getting, we were talking about Jeremy Brett a little bit ago, and I believe I'm getting blips from him. So it's
wonderful.
His soul name is Jaroslav Stromba. So it's yeah. Interestingly enough, that reinforces. Oh yeah, I got that. My ears started to ring a little bit there. So yeah, there are other galactics around. I believe corralling some of these damned evens that are in this up in the hills here. Man, they're a pain in the butt. But let me see. Okay, Isaac confirming that he's actually present within the ether here. Use my. Okay. Okay. What's going on? Oh, you had it on mute there for a little bit. I was wondering what
Yeah.
was going on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was asking Lily if she could get me some sparkling grape juice.
Oh, okay. Okay. I hear you, friend, but I don't see you. Let's see.
You can't see me?
No, I mean,
Jeremy, sorry.
him. Yeah, I'm hearing him, but I didn't see him at first either when the channeling first started. So, people want to reference it's Galactic Interstellar Council after show, the Jarrus and the Sherlocks of Stromba is what the episode's called. So let me see. Oh, is my hat interrupting the channel? Okay, hang on. Oh. I had a stone on top of my head too. I had my appetite also. This actually keeps the crown clear when I have it under my hat, and I have my appetite stone under my hat. So as you can see, the 5G is causing me to lose my hair. So
Making me gray.
yeah.
Wow.
So that's another reason I keep the hat on, or this would be worse. So yeah.
It's not bad though. You got more hair than
Yeah, I know it. I reached up one day and pulled off, some of the hair came off of my head. I was like, crap. So I had to find a way to get that to stop. But all right, Jarrus, I do sense you, friend. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's you. Yeah. All right. Our friend Moses created a drawing of him. I'll include it in the edit here. So
Very good.
yeah, and you'll get to see what he actually looks like. So yes, I know you look like you. I understand. Okay. And he's basically, his people bring in a lot of creativity and a lot of codes that they bring back with them, build the whole dimensional construct up, very similar to Frank Frazetta said in his channel as well. So it's the same difference with them. So, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, man. That's strong, but that's also very quick. It's like, okay, let's see. All right. Ooh. Okay, can you go through the crystal, please? Yes, this is indeed the dashing, as you would say, Jarrus of Stromba. Yes, I indeed am glad to be a part and the acquaintance of such interesting people. You see, also that view this particular broadcast. The reason that I came through and the reason you all were thinking my name and my earthly name in with this is that I was going to bring in some, as you would say, codes with and creativity with, but also at the same time emphasizing as he says, the antithesis of the ill use of the magic is the productive use of the magic, which is the creativity and passion and those sound waves and light waves that you emanate in your music, and he emanates not only in his writings and his creations, but in the work that is done by himself, yourselves, and any that are within the sound of my voice currently, you see, in this time in which we live. He thought it was going to be other particular galactics that came in. They were coming in to create a wall of you would say protection, but it is more of a vibratory frequency because you were touching on some of the instances of history that you say the bad guys did not wish for you to speak about. It wasn't just about the game this day, you see, because it was about that, but also comparing it to its opposite. You see, even though that seems like a duality because of the dark and the light, it is actually the one bit of magic that is bringing about one side and the cancellation of the other. You would see it as ironically more of a sun and moon type of interchange in that, ironically spoken. I was the one that encouraged him to speak about his creation in this because it ended up that was a higher self or oversoul inspiration, but we had also the residents of Stromba had more of a creative spark in this as well. we know you both quite well in the Oversoul respect and have spoken to your Oversouls quite frequently. When you saw the creations that I created on Earth, I supplanted that grounding into what you call the benevolent Akedic and the benevolent galactic Akedic, benevolent earthly Akedics, you see. And this was what I came in to do. This Frank Frazetta had his own also mission in mind in that particular area to bring about a certain, as you would say, disclosure in that way. So I will let you ask me the questions, you see, at this time. You're on mute, Mark.
Oh, I am on mute?
Now you're not. Now you're fine.
Okay, good. I would like to know how you see your experience in education and in when you were incarnate on this planet, and in particular the mentality and discernment that comes with a Sherlock Holmes type of thinking, and how that might be approachable and learnable by anyone who's listening, and one's children, and for the next generation. If there's any modalities, shows or episodes or writings, anything that you're inspired to share that you can relate to from your own experience or just from your perspective.
From my perspective, you see, to get people to engage in that creative spark or that side of themselves that is not always focused on, say, bulldozing the bad guy, let's just say, even though that is a very good thing, that is a very good thing that it is being noticed. Noticing it then gives way to the creative spark by which then creates the true bulldozer in that way, the true flattening of it and the true transmuting of it, you see. Becoming that antithesis to that spell, becoming that which you already are, you see. That is the perspective that I and my people see, that humans sometimes have a hard time with. I did so as a human when I was in the Jeremy Brett form, you see. I still engaged in the passion, creativity, and the acting, but by which then those vocals then emanated that creativity. So watch your thoughts, but not in an OCD or paranoid sort of way. Watch your actions, but not in an OCD, paranoid sort of way, or you cross into what they wish you to become. Become that which you already are. That is the crux of this conversation. That, and we know, and I know, that you wanted to start out as it being one thing and comparing that information. Yes, very, very good. But then showing its antithesis, by which then you utter the vocals of that creativity. You are displaying both in this episode, you see. You are displaying both sides emanating as one thing and juxtaposing them together. This is why there was some resistance, a lot of resistance, a lot more than you two saw during this. It may have felt more jittery than normal. This was, you were feeling the shockwave of some of that combating that was going on in the background, because you were comparing these two sides together, which normally some people would think are like oil and water. They do not go together. They do not mix. But I'm here to say that they do mix. You defeat them by becoming who you truly are. When you become that, then you become that antithesis. And by comparing both of these sides together as one ideal, essentially, you are pissing them off greatly. I can assure you of this. This may seem like it's just a disclosure in the media, but at the same time, it's a disclosure of you, any of you that are listening to this, yourselves here included, Joanna included, all of you included, anyone that is listening to the sound of my voice. It is your responsibility to not only go through your own audits, but become who you truly are, in order to notice more of these calamities and more of these atrocities that are taking place in your midst. Be observant, but do not get sucked in to them. It is always good to ride the line between that. and step outside of that dualism. Be an observer, but know when to act and when not to act, when to take the role and wear the hat, and when not to wear the hat and to step back and not take the role. You see, you are taking a role as an observer. Sometimes you are taking a role as the creative artist. You are taking the role as being an active participant when needed, even though it is a puppet show, but not getting enthralled in the puppet show, if this makes sense.
It does. It does. Thank you. It's in doing so, that allows for such a greater purity of inspiration, and I could just relate to my experience last night. I was curious as to your who is your favorite composer from Earth, and maybe what pieces of music were divinely inspired that can provide some type of powerful transformation for people.
There are plenty of those on Earth that would say my favorites, from the earlier composers to even some musicians that exist now. To pick any one would not necessarily denigrate the process, but it would put them above the rest. But if I had to pick favorites, there are say several bands that have a unique sound now, and if you intermix that with the unique sound of the old world and you bring them across as a singular volume, this is integrated into our very own library. I know this is vague, but there are say like some of Beethoven and Bach's work, and you bring this ahead to the here and now, and you have different say rock bands and different flute and different guitar bands. If you intermix some of these things together, not as one genre, but you see it as one whole, you see the entirety of the choir. That essentially is my favorite. But if I had to pick a genre specifically within the library, literally a book as part of the library, a page of the book, you see, I would pick at times. There would be times of picking, say, different, like, say, violins, such as yours, or say flute, or with that respect, there are times where the mood changes, where you want something slightly more robust and slightly harder in that respect. Not really overly so, but having a bit of the, as he would say, oomph in the music. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, it would be more towards the free-flowing and relaxed creativity of the entire choir, if this makes sense.
It does. It does. Thank you. That is profoundly validifying. And also, I'm pleased to note that I am working on Bach and Beethoven pieces, and especially now that I hear that, having last night played a variety of music and then going into Bach and in it being existing in its own time, I thought of modern programming and how going forward it's nice to have that mix. And I would love to know what your thoughts are on the well, actually, I'm kind of obsessed with the Beatles. So, any thoughts on their music and how that might be something to avoid or to basically we don't have to talk about them, but if you have any insight into them, because they did have strings, they did have some pieces, and I've been doing so this is it. When I combine three pieces of that band, there's this thing I call the Beatles algorithm. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Indeed, correct. Yes, there was disclosure put into there from both the dark and the light spectrum within the coding existing within those particular algorithms. You combine these particular algorithms together, very much like the subjects on the show today. It may seem like it was all over the place, including with their music, you see. but in fact, there is actually more of order than chaos mixed with what the positive aspects of what you call chaos magic, where it would, as a whole, disrupt that of certain dark agendas that are out there. But at the same time, incorporating that and filtering it within those particular, as you call it, the Beatles algorithm. Think of it this way, a filtration system by which then the algorithms are scrubbed clean and then can incorporate both sides of the disclosure, if this makes sense to you.
It does. It's like the alkalized music type of concept, but
Indeed.
wow.
Yes, this is exactly what I was referring to. Yes, we can see the notes, and we can see the different algorithms involved, both the dark and the light, and all in between. We know what the original agenda was, and we as is your Hollywood, for instance, where you have people that get to a certain level, or politicians that get to a certain level, and they're automatically either switched out or turned by the programming. This is the antithesis of that, where that programming is scrubbed and replaced back out into the world as a fresh form of anti-programming, if you want to call it this. We're not saying all of it was this way. It didn't all come out this way. Water still has its contaminants, you see, in order to be healthier for the population, such as certain minerals and electrolytes and such. There has to be a little bit in there in order to keep the self-scrubbing effect, very much like a spray he created that had both sulfur and salt in with his liquids, you see. Therefore, it became a self-scrubber. This is also within the Black Witch's salt that he had purchased, where it had sulfur and other components in there to where they were constantly in the state of scrubbing. Some musicians can create the constant state of scrubbing effect. You do yourself. There are certain codes that always fly around, you see. And you grab hold of those along with the positive aspects, put it together, and it becomes a, as you would call, a self-scrubber or scrubbing bubble, as dear Isaac likes to put it in this way. And he's even relaying through myself now that you have become this self-embodiment of a scrubbing bubble, even in appearance, he is jokingly saying. So, in this way, that is the only time I will utter his speech. So, this is what I am trying to get to.
Thank you. That is profound, and at the same time, I understand what you mean, and that's been the theme of today. Essentially, you just kind of summed it all up and put it into a bubble and popped it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is exactly what I was here to do. This was not something that was expected by himself or yourselves, but on an intuitive level, you already knew the communication was commencing by even speaking about me and those subjects. So even though it may seem like it's all over the place, it is a solid picture and a set of chords. And through those chords, it is a choir and it is one voice. So this is what I wished to bring through today.
Good cleaning. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's all.
Thank you.
It's all memories that can be healed and let go. And it's amazing to hear of how this music, even though, and I do understand now, I'm getting how it can be created at a time. There might be intentions behind it. There might be multiple things because we all can embody the light and the dark, but the music can be transformed in the setting and in our thoughts of it, as well as in my interpretations of it. Or what I've been doing is I've been playing, and I'm thinking about even doing some releases, playing along with recordings, and it changes it. Like it adds that extra element, and I hear it. It's like I actually hallucinate in my mind. It's almost like hearing a voice. I'll hear the sound and really think I'm hearing this, and I'm like, nope, that's what I'm supposed to be playing, and I'll just go right into it if I'm doing it live. And it's all live, and that's the key. My life has definitely provided me with a bounty of experiences, and I think one of the greatest things that I've learned is the type of discernment that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was portraying through Sherlock Holmes. And I could relate in so many senses with my condition, having to take stimulants, which is a lot like what Sherlock Holmes had, the the cocaine, and then the changing of your mind state and going into these different like realms, these like psychedelic realms, which I had been introduced to and was curious about and wanted to try to get to through light and sound, and then decided that it was worthwhile to explore the different avenues and aspects of that. So essentially, what would be a good way for me to be able to put this forth in as many or as few as words as you feel to this? Is there a way you could zip this up so that me personally, as well as everyone, can get a little bit of a just word of wisdom as to, you already said it, I understand that, how to embody and to be yourself. And I'm so grateful for all your advice. And I really, if I had a last question that you would, could ask, or that you could answer, that would be it. But I'm really so filled up with just my mind's blown, basically.
Yes, the
And
reason
thank
for
you.
the character, the way he was written, and also Conan Doyle, and also based also on Dr. Bell, you see, was Holmes was based on him. The reason for the two sides, it was representing both sides working together. The one that had the spiritual wisdom along with the intellect, and the one that was purely intellect, you see. And so Watson and Holmes were essentially the embodiment. Watson is more of the poet, Holmes more of the intellect, you see. So therefore, both had to be in there. And also the instability of the intellect when the brain becomes a weight on the soul, you see. And this is sometimes when it gets to the point where not only is a bunch of stimulants needed, that means the brain is becoming a weight on the soul, you see. It all has to be inclusive and it become a weight on the heart itself. So integrating all of these together, you see, integrating all of these together as to who you truly are is key. Now, we're not saying there aren't times where humans need stimulants in certain parts. Yes, all the oppressive nature that is being rained down upon you. We are greatly shocked that this wouldn't be needed, you see. But at a certain time, that will eventually be weeded out, such as the different caffeines and stimulants and all of the above that is out there, like your heavy stimulants in coffees and heavy stimulants in the sodas and the poisons in the sodas. All of this eventually people will become immune to in the course of history. But in this, to the way you do not let the mind become the weight is to always remain in the moment as who you truly are, and know that fervently and completely. So this all ties together. So it is not stupid to repeat this, because it is something that bears repeating. And also being observant of your environment, use your intellect. Do not let it become the weight of the world and hold the weight of the world on top of the rest of the soul's shoulders, you see.
I do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If there are no more questions, I must detach now. But
There are no more questions.
yes,
so
thank
much.
you. Thank you both, and
So grateful.
blessings to all within the sound of my voice. I am the Jerus of Stramba, formerly, or I should say currently and formerly, Jeremy Brett of the Sherlock Holmes series is in all their creative pursuits. Thank you very much.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Oh, there we are. Yeah. I knew he was gonna come in. I started feeling his energy. So yeah, that
That was great.
yeah, my eyes started tearing a little bit when he was in there. So it was just that's why he saw me wiping the eye a little bit. But it was like what was happening is he was realigning me, because recently I had been misaligned by somebody who was trying to rewrite my synapses and everything. So he looks like he repaired the damage too. So it was
I can see
while
it.
he was in there, it looks like he wired it back the way it was supposed to be. So yeah,
That's
so
so cool.
yeah, I was having a hard time articulating things for a little bit, because I was there was something that had been miswired somewhere. Some alien had done something somewhere, and he just rewired it back to how it was supposed to. So that being just the energy just went and restored it back to its template state. So yeah. That
Awesome.
yeah. I've avoided that for like months now, trying to figure out what the hell it was, but I kind of just ignored it, and apparently I wasn't supposed to ignore it. So,
Wow. I mean, yeah, and I mean, I could see the tweak. It's like I wouldn't have seen it until now, until you told me to, but I saw it happening. And I didn't really notice anything though. I just felt a calmness and there was no doubt in my mind that how everything has culminated up into this moment, that it was the perfect time for that to happen. I mean, in so many wonderful, basically that kind of really put it into, perspective, as well as addressed aspects and totally on point. Like, man, I mean, it was beyond human, in my opinion, as to what the answer was, because I asked a kind of jarbled question, but it was like I really had asked something before I got into the jarbly, and he just stuck right with that, and it was like,
okay, yeah, he stuck right with that because wanted to show both sides of the argument here. Like with the disclosure, but also disclosing yourself to you, essentially, is what it was, and combining both all that together, essentially one big informational package, essentially. So
it's essentially that shines light on my own mentality and what I've learned also, which is, like you said, chaos magic, but in a benevolent, light way, of being able to have a balance between programmed and like strategic planning, and just training and all these different aspects, so that you can let go and just be able to flow with like a surfer on a wave. It's just that's what it is. You just have to get yourself on into the ocean and find where the waves are, and then get the experience, and then it's basically like you're just surfing, like surfing the wave, and that's what I feel like. I get into that flow playing music, and I had a big breakthrough last night. It was definitely the best experience I've ever had playing that piece of music, and I saw what led up to that was just basically all these different experiences, which I didn't realize until now that we'd be even talking about these things. But yesterday I was sitting down and I realized I wanted to talk about music and the stuff that was disclosure. And there was one last thing that it's just all connected to this, which has to do with something I had asked you a while ago. And it was kind of something that I don't know for sure, but I just have this feeling that in 72, bless you, Lily, when Lily came in, basically was a period of time that I noticed the music seems like it was intergalactic, and I heard something about our star did some type of burp, which was fascinating, and it would have destroyed us, but we were basically transported into a different phase of reality. Like you were saying, there are people that are like can move. It's all about perspective. There was a major movie that kind of came out a few years ago that I forget what it was called. But basically that guy who's blind, and he's like, they said, oh, we've ruined the atmosphere and there's no more ability to grow crops. And I'm like, okay, what are they trying to say? Like, are they going to really do this? Are they going to spray the sky? Are they going to literally like try to?
That was Interstellar. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the planet that they were on with the waves, and that time went by so.
Yes.
Like, oh no, time went by so quickly. It was like Total Recall.
Yeah, you do that a little too well, actually. But yeah, I just heard Isaac chuckling in the other room when you were doing that. So but it was just like I have his edifice in the garage, but at the moment doing something. But it's like I could hear in the other room. So it was
Total Recall.
But it's ironic you bring that up, because that was one of the points where that was a movie that talked exactly about how the programming functioned and everything. So
really weird, right? Like you go to the clinic and then they scan your brain. We didn't even give them the memory yet, and he's like bugging out, like.
Well, yeah, because the real personality was coming, or the other program personality was coming out.
Queen.
And the fact that also
An
the
implant?
antithesis of the chaos magic, or where the good side was in that movie, here's a good example of it, where the real personality was actually the agent, the asshole, pretty much in it, and then the programmed one was actually the good one. So it was
Right. How isn't that
yeah.
amazing? It's like
Yeah.
yeah, that's what's so interesting, was that the programmed agent that Quaid became as a means to, for whatever reason, I forget exactly, but basically so that he wouldn't remember what he had done or whatever, and that altered personality, which was just living a normal life, he was very happy and everything was hunky-dory. And then he realized, oh my God, the guy that made me, like who I was an asshole and terrible person. And it's like, so that's the thing. And we are naturally attuned to the truth. And so it's a resonance thing. And you're very, very sensitive to that. And everyone has that sensitivity. We especially if we grow up in a loving, nurturing environment, and animals are a good way to connect to that. I feel having an animal, it's having a dog. It was like the dog that my mom had was like a guardian, and I started to develop a relationship with the birds. I've always had one, and I always felt like they were. Whenever I knew Lily was thinking of me, or when I was just being looked out for, I would see hawks, I would see eagles. I saw the eagles return to the Chesapeake. It was just an incredible thing to see the higher vibrations coming back. And it was a precursor to really basically I would go down to the Chesapeake Bay and I would see, I didn't realize that this was right by where there was some type of asteroid or meteor impact, or I think it was a comet at one time. And that was the Susquehanna River, all the way to where Jamestown was. But I saw what happened between 98 and I think 2005. It was like a total destruction of the ecosystems in the water. It was like all of a sudden this is just dead. This is a dead body of water. And what were we doing? But at the same time, I saw the birds when I went down there in that last trip, the eagles, and they were all watching out for us. And I could tell, I connected to them, and I thought, they're undisturbed, they're thriving. This is a good sign. I was told that they represented the higher vibrations returning. And I do believe that's what we're here to do. And I don't know how we're going to get through it all, but keep doing what you're doing. And
definitely. We both have to keep doing what we're doing. We all do to this. But I think this to what's going on. I think this is a good place to segue to the episode out at the moment. We can keep talking afterwards, but I'll tend to this episode here. So it was good. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this episode. I know it seemed all over the place, but it really was not. You can thank Mark Woodyard for being guest today. We'll have him on future episodes as well. Thank you for everybody for watching this episode of Disclosure in the Media. It was about XCOM, but it was also about how to disclose this information, but without it overwhelming you, essentially. So thank you, everybody. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Sometimes I forget that, with the right intention and with enough sleep and just like, the stars in alignment with some extra help, but just being true to myself, it's just like, it's some type of thing where you've allowed me to be able to get to something that I was getting to share with you, and I didn't even know what that was going to do, but it seems like I was able to share with you what I was trying to, as well as it took it to another place altogether, which is a bigger picture perspective on.
Yeah, it did. It went
events.
from here to there. Yeah.
It's kind of like, I realized it's not about me. And I was like saying to this guy last night that I mentioned was like in the special forces. I said, it's not about me and it's all about me. I said, you gotta honor yourself. At the same time, you got to be willing to be a part of the greater whole. And in making music with people, especially last night, I think I blew everybody's minds, including myself, where everybody was absolutely thrilled because it was like because I surrendered and I became a part of the web of life, the flow of the music. Then when I got to do my solo, it was the best thing I'd ever done. And it was like, because everybody in the room respected me because they know how good I was, or at least my reputation. Yet they saw that I was willing to, acknowledge that divinity within everyone. And for me, it was a big thing too, because it's like, I don't have to come from this place of, I'm Mr. this or that. I try to always remain humble and ask, for guidance, but I always feel empowered on my birthday. I feel like it helps me break through. I feel that this is true for anybody, because you're reminded of the vibration that attracted you here in the first place to come forth.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a reinforcement. And so somebody said, don't get messed up on your birthday. Like if you get drunk, like it, which is typical, that's programming. It keeps you from being able to level up.
Mm-hmm.
And
There
I
you go.
totally feel like, it was a good thing for me to be able to have this today. You picked the perfect day. The day that I thought it was, I was so confused. I honestly had.
Yeah, I know. I was what I was doing at the time was recording one of the Zelda shows with Richie at that moment, and it was like, it was we were doing the Breath of the Wild part too at that point. It was like, we're doing all the rest of the Zelda stuff. Then we're going to move into Judge Dredd. We're going to do all those things. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
The XCOM game actually was when I was watching a little brief today. The guy that was developing it was influenced and was thinking about making a Judge Dredd game as a follow-up to the XCOM in like 98, 99. It never happened. But all this dystopian society stuff, I mean, you could see the rollout and just the way that the police technologies and with the video cameras, and then they've got obviously the 5G is going to for pinpoint accuracy and tracking, but it's like with what's so weird, and especially because I've got my connection to the Ukrainian like people through my friend Ihor's passed on, God bless him, but also his band Fata Morgana, which he was part of, the leader of that band asked me to join them, and they're world famous, and I said, I would be so honored to be able to do that so they can continue to make the music. And then he's wise. I said, so what, just let me know what you need me to learn. He said, I'd like to do some new stuff. I'd like to make new music. And I was like, this guy, he gets it. And I studied with Ukraine's most famous violinist when I went to college. I forgot about that. Oleg Krisa. And he back in those days, somebody bought him I think the Russian, maybe Ukraine bought him a star. They named it after him. And he was always so different than any violin teacher I ever had. He said, I can't tell you how to play. Like technically, but just he said, well, what? Why am I studying with this guy? And then I asked him a couple questions, and it was like my life changed. I said, how long do you warm up before you play a concert with the orchestra? Because he could play all the major concertos, and he had many composers that wrote cadenzas of like for Beethoven. The Schnitko wrote one. Schnitko was like this fucking crazy, like let's try to put into music like the absolute ripping apart of my heart, or like of society, and depicting that into music and putting that pain into sound so that somehow it transmutes it. That's the word. And what I got from you today and from Jeremy was that it validifies why I do listen to the Beatles sometimes, and why I could see the good and the bad in it. And it's amazing just to hear that, because it just shows that we can change reality with our thinking, even just in a benevolent way. We're talking about this stuff now, but we're co-creators, so it's realizing that, and I'm so grateful from when I saw you, and you were, I don't know if you were in California, like it seemed like you were in California, and I could see you, and you were like, it reminds me of me in a sense. You just were like, you knew you had these abilities, and you were like, yeah, this is really cool. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. And we've learned how to vet out influences. For
Mhm.
me, it's been cutting
Over a
people
period
off.
of time. Yeah. And that's what I did. That's why I took the, I didn't want to say his name on the air, but it was, Nils, was the guy's name.
Nils.
And,
Yeah.
and from, when I was in Nebraska, we did the interviews, and then I went out to California and met him and everything. But then I found out later he was a handler, so I had to back off
I
from
can
that.
tell.
So,
Yeah. And it's interesting though, because I have a friend that he reminded me of, and I don't think he necessarily is a handler, but at the same time, Lily shared with me that he's a vampire,
mm,
and that he no longer participates in that. And he has such a
okay.
fascinating life as a filmmaker. He helped develop the Steadicam. He was a jazz drummer. He was trained by a guy, and then he said the guy wanted to bestow this lineage to me. I said, no, I couldn't. He trained him in the occult or the magic or whatever in New York City. And then he said one night after his master died, like 2 years, he said, Johann, are you ready? And Johann said, am I ready? He said, prepare. And he said he got this just download where he basically got like passed the baton. And he was working for the Thurmans, who Bob Thurman is works for Tibet House, but he was a Tibetan Buddhist monk. So there's this connection to the Dalai Lama. My friend Mike just sent me the last person right underneath you who sent me a message. I haven't heard from him in a few years was Mike Burbank. And his brother, Dave Burbank, was a good friend of mine who passed on last year. And we would trip out together. We'd take acid together, and it opened up my mind. And I started to basically in nature get to experience, pushing through what had been programming. I realized that can be a tool as well as it can be detrimental. Like I want to have clarity and resonate with you. And I feel that most purely we did today, and there was no influence on my direct bodily systems from getting high or smoking, like a little bit of, this or like I never do.
Yeah, a little bit's fine. As long as things aren't done in excess, they're fine. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. And it's amazing because when they're done at the minute qualities, they have a better effect now because they're not going to compromise. It's just a little bit of a, I agree. It's an interesting path to be like, kind of like, I know I'm not a shaman, but I feel that it's almost like because I'm open to it and I want to help heal the earth, as well as I realize, it's been about healing myself first, and that joy. And I have, I feel like you and I have something special with having our mothers and that love and like protection. It's been an extra protection that I totally just realized. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so grateful, Mom. You were praying for me, because if not, I feel like I'd be in hell's fire right now. But I was granted the grace to be able to say, I want to be able to help other people, and I'm willing to go through all these experiences and now look at it like, because of the vast amount of emotions and heroes' journeys that are conveyed through storytelling, through just the violin repertoire, which I'm rediscovering. It's like, wow, now I can understand and relate to these things. Whereas when I was a young man, I may not have understood what it was to be a Don Juan or to be able to be a king, or a pauper. It's like, I feel like we've been able to experience through our channelings, as well as the experience that comes downloaded through these different mediums and means, something that's very special. And I'm so grateful we could connect, man. I mean,
I know that's really awesome.
Been very empowering
we
for
connected. Me. Yeah. Speaking of mothers, my mother is going to start doing some of the programs again. She decided to come back to it. And on the subscription, we're bringing True You back, but a slightly different format. It's just going to be me, her, and Joanna that do it, and it's going to be on the subscription platform we're building.
Awesome.
So it's so I took all of them down off of YouTube, and I'm going to put them on the Vimeo subscription. platform. We're getting two websites made up. That one of them is nearly done. One of them is galacticinterstellarcouncil.com, and then which is going to be the extensive platform of all the after shows and all the. There's going to be merchandise, gear, all that crap on there.
Cool.
And then the lifting.net, which is still it exists. It goes to our current site, but we're going to point it at something that's humongous that has its own store and everything on it. So it's
That's key. I need to.
yeah, it's going to be. We finally somebody helped us. You know, his name's Ron. He's up in Canada, and him and his people helped us build this platform. You know, he's done like maybe $25,000 worth of work on this, and for nothing. So it's like,
Awesome.
Yeah, you'll be able to put your. I'll make sure you can put a link on there. All this other stuff. So it's like it's going to be a platform that has its own security certificate attached to it. So it's so that it gets noticed like at the top of like the Google lists and stuff like that. So yeah. Then I always say, you know, if people, you know, are working with us and stuff like that, they can put their own link on there. Like Moses is going to have his artwork on there. I'll have Richie put his stuff on there. You can put your stuff on there. You know, everybody's going to see, oh yeah, these guys back these guys. Okay. Yeah. So it's like, yeah.
Great. Yeah. I've got to make my page. You know, I ran into the right people. This guy that had written code for Hedera that created, it's called tunes.fm. And basically I've been holding off on uploading anything because I wanted to make sure that I do it right through the computer and everything like that. And he was a jazz violinist that went to see me at Settlers Inn, which is a haunted place. Is in the crypto creative community. And also, so now whatever you do is like an NFT. So it's basically like people can purchase the tracks. But it's been kind of difficult for me because I've always known I needed to have some type of focus, you know? So it's kind of like, I'm not necessarily advertising it. Like you're not making these shows to promote your products necessarily, but that's a huge.
Yeah, I mentioned it, but I'm not going to be like a used car salesman sort of thing. Yeah,
and you don't need to. They sell themselves, but I'm happy to always push, you know, and share those things because they've done wonderful things for us and had a noticeable effect on the energies here. We're in between two smart meters right in this room, and there's no effects from them at all.
Oh, good. Yeah, you put the devices up. Yeah, that plate. I was going to tell you. I just saw that text from you this morning when I flipped the phone open. So I'm sorry about that. But it was like,
no problem.
I saw that went. Oh shit!
You see it when you're meant to.
Yeah, and for some reason I'm not seeing all of it. But it's. But yeah, we. That's that plate. You said that you were talking about the range that time. You know how far that went out. I'm thinking it. That plate that you guys got from me. I'd have to say that goes out probably about a half block from the house. Because I have a piece here. We have two pyramids on the property, and yeah.
There we go.
So yeah, that plate you guys got, yeah. Oh yeah, you're keeping it just far enough away from the electronics so it doesn't screw with them because it has a magnet in it. So just I
figured it did, yeah. And I don't know what. There's the amber plate. I think Lily has her little crystal grid here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and you have a salt lamp and everything there. Yeah.
There's our swords. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I got some more. I have more of those now. I got some swords in last time we went to Quartzsite. So yeah, I'll show you.
She was able to glue it, and she was able to glue the first one back intact enough that she's got her own.
Yeah. So this is the new batch of these Roman gladius looking ones. Yeah. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. I got 30 of them for $300 at Quartzsite. So it was like a friend of ours managed to reserve a crate of them, and we got it. We paid her back, but yeah.
Quartz.
Yeah, that's where I get a lot of the stuff that supplies is Quartzsite, Arizona. Yeah. They're starting to screw that up a little bit because there's Tucson and Quartzsite are competing now, but which it shouldn't. But some merchants were leaving early, so I had this intuitive blip to contact our friend who's a merchant down there, and And she's like, it's good you called because these merchants are leaving. I'm like, the sword merchants are leaving. I was like, get a crate of these, buy it, I'll pay you back. And it's like, and she did. And I just PayPal her the money and said, yeah, go get it. And it was just like, and yeah, she reserved them. We picked them up and we went down there like a week later. So, so it's, we were lucky we did that. And they these merchants throw out broken selenite stuff. They just leave it sit there. So she grabs it all and gives it to us so I could put it in the pieces. So it's they throw it in the garbage and it's just like, why? What? Yeah. They could sell jars of the powder and they throw it out. And it's just like, come on. But
you could sell the powder. Well, it makes sense. It's like,
yeah, you could sell jars full of the powder. I would, if I didn't need it.
Yeah. How does quartzite factor in, like, in regards to potency versus the selenite? Is it like?
No, quartzite is the name of the town we went to.
So those are selenite that you just showed me.
Yeah, these are selenite. Yeah. No.
Oh, I couldn't tell. Now I can see. Now I can see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I use these all the time. I have several over here, but I have my normal big chopping looking one. And then, the flute and everything you got over there, and the little knight statues. We're going to be going back to Vegas here soon. I'm bringing my ghost box with me this time. So, yeah.
Cool.
I'm bringing that with me this time.
There's an element to this show that I need to add. You heard me talking about the character of Dr. Time, and this is actually extremely relevant to how we've been attacked by some of these beings. And I've been asking for much how they getting in, and I knew the quantum cracks and stuff. I've been finding portals. I've been finding beings that obviously been in here and gone. And I understand the physics behind this, but I was just totally oblivious as to what was going on. The call with Mark and Lily got cut off before we could properly end it. And I found some aliens around our property, 3 Syrians and a Gray, and got rid of them. What we were talking about earlier on. Earlier on is when I was talking about the time differential with Dr. Time, whereas he was in a faster moving timeline in comparison to ours, or a time like dimensional state, temporal dimensional state. And the scene I was talking about where he was knocking on the door and Batman on the other side, here's the knock go and make a bunch of noise. Hence some of the noises that you hear around the house, like bangings and stuff like that, are very rapid. It's just somebody going. What was going on also with that Star Trek episode, and I'll look for clips from these two if I can. The episode is where they get a distress call from the Enterprise gets a distress call from a planet who just seems to be only 5 people left in the population, and they end up in a time schism where they're more sensitive, but it's a faster moving again. And I believe there was a message in there about faster moving frequencies, again, that it's not always positive beings in a faster moving frequency. It's whether they have the capability of getting in the faster moving frequencies. They use technology to do it, mind you, and also altering their biological structure, like those people in the Star Trek episode. They changed their molecular structure, got altered by a virus in the water. And again, this goes back to transmissions of things through water. Whether demons can't always transmit it through, but certain sprites and certain entities and certain viral contagions, like waterborne type things, as well as things that can transmute and change molecular structure to either move slower or move faster in frequency, or how we perceive it to be. And this is also what the vaccine does. It keeps it in the malaise, or the slower moving, but out of perception of what's moving in these other frequencies. So faster doesn't always mean good. It just means you're capable. I just wanted to make that clear. I think that's something they didn't want me to touch on. But also the fact that buzzing, whining noise in that Star Trek episode with that species sounded like an insect. Again, I tied it back to the insectoid and fake alien invasion. But in fact, some of those insectoids were really puppets of human-looking beings or human military being streamed, and that was an auditory clue. Another clue as to how they can move faster here and do attacks like they've been doing to us, even and Syrian alike, is the fact I was able to see into their wavelength and actually see what they looked like and everything. It's because I'm accessing them and capable of accessing those frequencies. An example is at the end of the episode where Kirk gets back to the normal space-time, and Spock stays in the other frequency to conduct repairs on the Enterprise that the aliens had done, or damage that they had done. He was repairing damage they had done, and Kirk goes, well, I have Kirk, as he's sitting on the bridge, all the crew are going, all this is repairing incredibly fast. He goes, well, I have a feeling that's Mr. Spock, and then Spock reappears, drinks the antidote to the water, and comes back and realigns his molecular structure again. The aliens and humans that were in the other frequency, whenever they would get harmed, they would die immediately like a cut because of the acceleration. And I can't offhand remember the end of the title but of the episode, but it's a perfect example of how these aliens are operating. They're in a completely different area, just like in XCOM, where Mark was explaining. They're in a different dimensional state, and they're able to volley attacks over with an accelerated pace because they are in a faster moving timeline. And what with whole bases and whole things they can produce over months and months and months and adapt to anything you make, because to them you're slow. That's why you have to stay 30, 40 steps ahead of them and kind of match up to that. That's why you have to access those faster moving frequencies and time frames as well, and not access all the fractal timelines and all the junk that they're accessing. These beings got super mad when I was able to put the physics together and the information together as to how to accelerate us up to that level, to whereas we're able to see and not only see but combat these things, and realize and come to that realization by creating that creative and passionate bubble of what we were talking about and what Joseph Strombo was talking about. And the reason Isaac was doing the butthead reference is because we call Ebens buttheads, so they were involved too. We also call some Syrians buttheads because some of them have that too. So I believe they're related to some degree. To some degree by distant cousinship. But this the same thing with like some Arcturian forms and some Syrian forms and Elven forms. They're related. Anyhow, and other gray forms, and Lancaneer and all them. But the example of this, I kept wondering, how were they getting in? And for one, they were accessing the old computer equipment, the disks, to cause a curse in the house and get me distracted. And they were the ones physically zooming around doing their thing from my perspective, but they were literally walking around and just going touch, 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 this, touch, touch. Just like you see Kirk in that episode of Star Trek when he's in the accelerated timeline, he records a disc. And he walks over to Dr. McCoy and slips it in the disc slot. And it's a simple little action. But it was done on the hyper-accelerated timeline, or time schism, or accelerated frequency. And that's also how some objects move around your house. That's how they disappear. They either take it to those frequencies, or they... don't mind wipe me. Or they just move it. And sometimes that's from a Mandela effect. Sometimes that is ghostly. But it's still differently moving frequencies. But in this specific case, it was alien. And they can, and also with different elementals, sometimes they're moving from those dimensional states and can move things much quicker. Like even a simple object, where you're moving one object from one side of the room to the other. It's done in the blink of an eye from our perspective. But from their perspective, they're just picking it up and moving it. But usually that's, like I said, like the aliens and like Kirk did in that episode of Star Trek. I wanted to clarify that. And they were mad as hell that we understood this and were able to mesh and figure out how to undo all of this, along with our creativity. And merging both those worlds together, that's something they didn't want. Yeah, the attack was quick, brutal, but over. Normally they linger it. Normally they can linger it, but they don't have forever either. Where they are, they might be able to go for months, but could you run at a dead sprint for a month? I doubt it. Just like you couldn't run at a dead sprint for all day either. So they're hoping they can wear you out before you wear them out, even though they have a longer time to adapt. In some instances, it's not always that way. They may not always be in that kind of bubble or time schism or whatever the negative bubble is, like some of the galactics have the positive bubble. They may not always have that. Maybe a completely different timeline you're dealing with, like in Marvel where it was different timelines, parallel timelines, and DC and all that. And again, that goes back to the Batman reference, So I was wondering why Lane and Vesa, they were there too, why they kept referencing Batman. And I was thinking back to the Dr. Time reference that started this whole part of the conversation. And this was something, again, they don't like the fact we're bridging creativity with the science. And basically I heard, stupid human, how do you even comprehend this, And I'm like, it's just a pattern you guys are leaving. You're leaving just basically trail of fecal matter all over the place, and we're just smelling it, and we're seeing it. So it's not a magic trick; it's just observation. So it's good to observe, like what I said about the game. Observe all the disclosure. Observe all, but fall into the creativity to filter what you've just seen and pass it over, like what he was saying about the Beatles songs, and like what Joris was saying about that. Pass it over, filter it, and make it one thing, and filter it so it's like a scrubbing bubble, like what he was saying. So I love the reference, basically become who you truly are. Love it. So well, I'll leave it at that, but I'll try to find the references. If they're not there, I couldn't find them or couldn't put them up for some reason. So I will end it here. It is 2:28 p.m. Saturday, March 12th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, I noticed that they were still going at it, so there must be something else to complete. The way I saw that episode of Batman was also around my grandmother, which I'm thinking was one of them that was trying to warn me about this, along with Isaac doing his and Lane and Vesa and them. My grandmother Sainovich, my grandfather Sainovich, my grandmother, when I was a teenager, this was also back in the 90s, when I saw that Batman episode, and we'd sit around watching this series, and I'm being reminded of this now. She also has Syrian heritage, but good. So just like I have some of it running through my veins. They're not all bad. I've run into very kind ones, some in my soul family. So anyway, what I was referencing was we saw these Batman episodes, all of them, when they were on, when I was a teenager, and she was right there watching them with me. I guess this was a good memory, aside from the mental abuse we were getting from all these beings, Draco and other Greys and all that alike, what was going around at the time, impressions from ghosts, all that other stuff, abusive entities, abusive negative elementals, all that other stuff that was going on at the time, and just residual garbage that was on the land in Hartley Street. But there was showing me that there was something good to look back on from Hartley Street. And that brings about into the creativity. I was wondering why I wore the Batman shirt today. There you go. Go see the Batman movie, the new one. Good references there. Parallel universe timeline references in the new Flash movie coming up. That coincide with what I just said. So, with Michael Keaton coming back as the Batman, and also Robert Pattinson as the Batman, and it's all parallel universes, parallel timelines, different histories. So, it's interesting how they're doing it. But again, the Dr. Time thing, I believe the reference here is essentially focus on good things that happened in that time and not the bad. So, so this is interesting why this has popped up now. So I believe that's her that's transmitted that to me. So I will leave this here. It is 2:32 p.m. Saturday, March 12th, 2022. Thank you. Also, again, it's still going on to a certain extent. I do want to say one more thing. Bridging the gap between all forms of these information. You know, Ancient Aliens does it. There's other shows that do it where they compare things side by side that are global or global concepts that are in totally different things. Like I show games, video games, books, movies, all the same. And juxtaposing things next to each other like that, something that they don't want people critically thinking, like Sherlock Holmes. Another reason that Joseph Stromberg came in, he was Holmes. He played the character of Holmes well. So, as Jeremy Brett. So, this, that was basically saying Sherlock Holmes this. And other people that I've read call me Sherlock a lot. So this actually seems to fit. Like I'm supposed to recognize the Holmes reference and honor that that particular process. And so I plan to do so, and I have been doing so to clear up our home of this activity. So currently, so at the time of this, and it should be completed by the time you see this. So hopefully, and it will be. So it is 2:35 p.m. Saturday, March 12th, 2022. Thank you.